All right, ladies and gentlemen. Another Saturday, another People's Choice decision made. Now, I need to go ahead and reiterate right now to everyone. If you voted for me reacting to something and was expecting me to react to, you know what, it's probably best if you see my face. Yo, peoples, Kyushu92 here. Welcome to People's Choice and reacting to stuff. This comes about because of a vote that I put up for everyone to vote for. I put out a vote, a poll for everyone to decide what we were going to be doing on Saturday, since it was pretty much a freed up day as far as like streaming in the beginning was concerned, in the beginning of the day was concerned. And a vast majority of people voted for reactions. But I had to let everyone know that me trying to read Solo Leveling Ragnarok was off the table simply because, you know, the chapters are out in Korea and people will go out of their way to translate that and then just, you know, translate it for people to read in the US. However, these are people who are translating on scan sites and not the official licensed publishing sites, which will probably lead to a lot of translation errors because what gets translated by people on scan sites doesn't always correlate to what gets translated on the official sites. So there can be like a great deal of disparity for that. So Solo Leveling Ragnarok is not going to be something that I cover because if I do, you'll know it. It won't be like People's Choice. It'll literally be a stream just dedicated to Solo Leveling Ragnarok. But I am waiting for the official English release for it, and then I'll do this series. But today, we have some things to discuss and react to. So, Psycho, it's good to see you. Hello, everyone. Let's go ahead and address the elephant in the room. Game Informer is no more. A colossal giant in terms of news articles for games and just covering games in very descriptive and well-written ways, and basically an entire industry, an entire section of gaming that many of us have grown up with, shut down. After 33 years of service, it's shutting down. So let me get chat off to the side here because I want to focus on these web pages, but also see what you guys are saying. And I got to put my phone on silent so that notification doesn't always come up. All right, there we go. React to Mercenary Enrollment Manhwa. You'll love it. Hold on. Got some weird notifications. All right. So I'm trying to remember as far back as to when I first started reading Game Informer. And I think it was around the time when I first, you know, became like a member at GameStop. And I'm trying to remember like the first volume I got, because you got all of these volumes for Game Informer. Like the very first magazine they made was in fall of 1991. I'm trying to find the one specifically. There was one specifically where I first started getting magazines from them. From Game Informer. I'm trying to see if I can find the one where I first got magazines from them. Okay, it goes beyond Uncharted. It goes beyond that. I'm trying to remember what year I got my first Game Informer magazine. I'm trying to find... This is the one. I distinctly remember this magazine And then I got the ones after all of, yes, my first, oh my goodness, I'm remembering all of this now. Yo, some weird humanoid, hello, good to see you. But yeah, I think Game Informer issue 179 from 2008, I believe that was my very first Game Informer magazine. And then I started getting all of these afterwards. Man, I've been around for a minute. But yeah, the first, wow, to think the very first Game Informer magazine that I ever got was one that was talking about aliens, colonial marines. That takes you back. Then we have one the year after with Alpha Protocol. CDs, what's going on? Alpha Protocol, Gears of War 2, Guitar Hero 4, Infamous, Wolfenstein. Yeah, I'm remembering. Oh my goodness, I had these. I had all of these. I had all of these magazines. I distinctly remember getting the one where they were first talking about Arkham Asylum, but I don't think it was the Joker one. I think it was the one that had had Batman on the front, where it was talking 2008. The year we first got Arkham Asylum. Something was stuck in my teeth. Man, Star Trek Online, Dragon Age Origins, Halo 3 Recon. I remember this, Singularity, God of War 3, BioShock 2. Man, some of these are bringing back some serious. Assassin's Creed 2, Modern Warfare 2, Max Payne 3, and Rage. I don't think I got the magazine for the Beatles Rock Band. I do remember the one for Crackdown 2 though, and I especially remember this Game Informer issue on Epic Mickey. And then I had the 200th issue. Now, mind you, when I was younger, I remember having the 200th issue of Game Informer and thinking, wow, 200 issues. Dead Space 2, what is that? Halo Reach, LA Noire. Will you read Solo Leveling Ragnarok? 13 chapters are now available. Daryl, I've already stated that I won't be reading those 13 chapters because I don't read like fan translated scans of stuff. I've already said that in the community. I've already said it at the beginning. So no, I won't be reading this because I won't be reading Solo Leveling Ragnarok. Besides, this isn't the type of stream where I would dedicate to reading Solo Leveling Ragnarok because it would be a stream titled Solo Leveling Ragnarok. So I won't be reading them at this time. I'm waiting for the official US release when they officially get published, because with reading scans and reading official releases, there's always going to be that disparity with translation and stuff, and I kind of don't want to go through that because I went through that when I was reading Solo Leveling initially. So understand, I'm not reading the 13 chapters that are out right now. Not right now. LA Noire, Portal 2, Bulletstorm. I remember playing Bulletstorm. I can't remember if I actually finished that game. Gears of War 3, I remember this magazine I remember the magazine for Infamous 2. I remember it. I don't know if I remember the one for Dragon Age 2, though. I don't know if I remember that. You remember Splinter Cell? Oh yeah, Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory. And I think my most favorite Splinter Cell game was Splinter Cell Conviction. That was our John Wick game before John Wick was even a thing. I don't really remember the Dragon Age 2. I definitely remember issue 209 with Arkham City. Man, oh, and I remember the magazine for BioShock Infinite. I don't know if I got this issue for Resistance 3, but I do remember this one. Professor Layton in the background for this one. I see Commander Shepard, what's her face from Half-Life, Raz from Psychonauts, Master Chief, Ace from Ace Attorney, and there's a Portal in the back as well. I think that's supposed to be Gladys. I remember this one from 2010. I remember this one for Tomb Raider, the reboot, and then the issue talking about Skyrim. Oh my goodness, so many memories of games. See, the thing that got me with Game Informer, the thing that got me with Game Informer was the fact that they made their articles so entertaining to read. When the official translation for Solo Leveling Ragnarok comes out, I hope you do it like the old days where you'll do 10 chapters per video. Also, mine was issue 166. Hey, if they release, here's the thing. If the Solo Leveling English release, like when it's officially put out there, if they do it like chapters at a time, I'll do it chapters at a time. If they release all of the chapters in one go, I'll do it one through 13, because apparently 13 chapters are out. If they do it that way, then I'll read it that way. So yeah, I wouldn't mind doing it like I did in the old days. Has it really been that long where I can say do it like I did in the read stuff like I did in the old days? Reading the articles from Game Informer was just like so engaging because you could tell the person who was writing about it was excited to talk about the games that they were interviewing of. I remember this one for Battlefield 3, Saints Row the Third. I remember that one as well. What else we got? Ooh, Mass Effect. I think this one is Mass Effect 3. Yeah, Mass Effect 3, Assassin's Creed Revelations, Darksiders 2. Now, we need to talk about Darksiders because there was a teaser, there was a showcase from THQ Nordic, and they teased that another Darksiders game is in the works. I've played number 1, I've played 2, and I think 2 is by far my most favorite out of all of the Darksiders games. Simply because Death is just that fun of a character to play as, and he's just so incredibly powerful. And one thing to talk about with the Darksiders games is that they dip into different types of genres. Like the first one was basically like a Zelda type game. Go to these different large locations and come back later when you have these new abilities. Not truly a Metroidvania, but really more of Legend of Zelda-like. Then you had Darksiders 2, where it put an emphasis on, a lot of loot and getting higher tiers of loot in order to make Death as powerful as possible. And of course, you had different builds that you can do. You either go the route of a necromancer and use magic, or just go physical and do like these different builds a little bit. And then you had Darksiders 3, which was basically akin to a Souls-like. Like a very acrobatic Souls-like. Still upset that they don't have a 60 FPS patch for the game, because I would definitely continue messing with it as I'm in New Game Plus right now. But then they got basically a twin-stick shooter type game for Darksiders Genesis, where you get to play as War and Strife. And technically, that doesn't count as the 4th Darksiders game, at least in numerical value, because it is talking about the Horsemen at the beginning. So, but I've enjoyed every single Darksiders game. So color my surprise when we get a teaser from THQ Nordic telling us that the Horsemen will be prepared to ride again, meaning that another Darksiders game is in the works. Then, of course, we get issue 220, which is about Dishonored, and that game is amazing. Oh, the issue that gave us Borderlands 2. So let me take you back. Reading this article concerning Borderlands 2, when I was much younger, young teenager, and they were talking about Borderlands 2, we got the issue, and not only were we reading about, the new big villain is this handsome Jack person, and reading the issue, seeing all the Hyperion robots, had no idea what we were going to be getting into when we first played Borderlands 2. Then we have Legend of Zelda Twilight Sword. Can't believe it's been that long. Transformers War for Cybertron. The fact that we don't have these games, War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron, the fact that we don't have this available for people to purchase and play as of right now is a crime. It's a crime. Never played Tomb Raider. I couldn't get my hands on it. Hold on. Let me see. Do I have it over here? The other issue, those other games might be in the man cave. What is this? What is this? Wait, which issue is this? Ubisoft explores the volatile political climate with a groundbreaking and controversial look at homegrown terror. What game is this? Oh, Rainbow Six Patriots. I don't remember that game. I don't remember that game at all. South Park and the Stick of Truth. Has it been that long? Has it been that long since South Park and the Stick of Truth? No, seriously, has it been that long? XCOM, Enemy Unknown, The Last of Us. I distinctly remember having Game Informer issue 228 with Assassin's Creed 3. What is this? Halo... Which Halo is this? Is this Halo 4? Is this Halo 4? Yeah, it is. It is. Good lord, this feels like it's so long ago. This was over 10 years ago. Then Elder Scrolls Online. Let me tell y'all a little bit about me playing Elder Scrolls Online. I played it for a while and then I stopped, and I have not returned to it. It has been so long that I've just never really been interested in playing it again. And which Gears of War is this? Gears of War... I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Gears of War... Which is this? Oh, Judgment! Gears of War Judgment. I forgot what the storyline for Gears of War was after 3. I forgot what the entire storyline was. Even the prequel games, I kind of forgot about those as well. Then we have Injustice. I remember that. What is that? Army of Two? Who played Army of Two? Who played Army of Two? I'm trying to remember Army of Two. Yeah, Army of Two, The Devil's Cartel. I can't remember much about Army of Two. Who made that game? Hold on, let me see. Who made that game? Ah, Visceral Games. The now shut down Visceral Games. Yeah. Visceral. Yeah, the shut down Visceral Games. Because EA shut them down because Dead Space 3 didn't meet their expectations. The last magazine I remember when they had the bully, that kid that looked like Bobby from King of the Hill. So, hold on, that might be a ways back. Hold on, let me see if I can find that issue. Let me see if I can find the issue that had bully. This is going back to the days of like the Nintendo 64. Let's see if we can find the issue that had bully and what year that was. I see Soul Reaver. I see some PlayStation 1 games. Because he was on the cover, right? Bully was on the cover. Enter the Matrix had a Game Informer issue? Oh, Jak 2? And X-Men Legends. Oh, I'm so upset. I'm so upset that they don't put games like X-Men Legends on consoles for people to play. Max Payne, Riddick, San Andreas, Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, Midnight Club 3, Batman Begins. The Fantastic Four actually had a game of their own. Let me see. Peter Jackson's King Kong, which was a fantastic game, by the way. I can't believe that Superman Returns got its own volume. Got its own volume dedicated to Game Informer. Let me see. Splinter Cell Double Agent. Kane and Lynch. Ah, there it is. Back in 2006, issue 161. Bully. The real story on the world's most controversial game. Yeah, this was back then. And this was back in 2006 when we got Dark Sector from DE, Digital Extremes, the same people that would later give us Warframe later down the line. 07 was when we were hearing news about Star Wars The Force Unleashed, and Disney has failed to make a game that meets up to that level of power for a character since. Let me see if I can find out where we were at. Okay, cool. We're still in the tens. Grand Theft Auto 5, a game that would really shape the lives of an entire generation. Let's see. That looks like top 50 games of 2012. Lego Marvel Superheroes. That's the game when I first started doing streams. When I first started doing streams that were like hours upon hours in length, that was the game I was playing extensively. Lego Marvel Superheroes and Lego Marvel Avengers. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. I know there's a next-gen version, but I haven't touched Witcher 3 in years. I might as well be called Rusty the next time I try to actually boot it up. We got Thief as well. I'm trying to remember, who did I watch? I think I remember watching the Rad Brad play through Thief. And I was just watching his entire series on it. I might look that up at some point. Ooh, Batman Arkham Origins. I remember having this volume. Going through a snow-filled Gotham. Trying to find out who put the bounty on your head. All these different assassins and criminals who are trying to take you out. Infamous Second Son. I remember that as well. Titanfall. What game is this? E3. Talking about the hot 50 games from E3. Then Dragon Age Inquisition. I don't think I had this volume. I don't think I had this volume. I don't think I had this one. Or I don't think I had one for Call of Duty Ghosts. The Order 1886. Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor. I don't think I even had the issue for Destiny. I don't think I had it for Evolved. Which Metal Gear is this? I'm trying to see if I had an issue when they were talking about Arkham Knight. Why exactly Game Informer ended? Hold on. Well, let's look into it. It's because of GameStop. GameStop shut them down. All staff has been laid off. They shut them down. Now, as for the reason, let's see if we can find a reason as to why they are shutting down. And this is coming from The Verge. Let's see. Game Informer, one of the last remaining gaming magazines, is shutting down after 33 years. The GameStop-owned publication announced on Friday. The magazine's entire staff is being laid off, Kotaku reports. But I'm not going to Kotaku because no one likes Kotaku. In its statement posted to X, we all know it as Twitter, the publication didn't give a reason for the shutdown. GameStop didn't immediately reply to a request for comment. Last year, GameStop CEO and chairman Ryan Cohen told staff that every expense at the company must be scrutinized under a microscope and all waste eliminated, according to an email obtained by Kotaku. So my thing is, you consider Game Informer Waste? Is this what you mean by waste? You get rid of one of the most prolific gaming magazines to exist in the world today outside of Nintendo Power? Do you consider Game Informer's magazine and their editors and all the look at all this. These are the only magazines that I got left. I got one of, hold on, let me make sure it's not showing the front of it, because some of them would show my address and I ain't trying to get doxxed. Yeah, all these magazines like Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3, Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, the remake of Modern Warfare, and Ghost Recon Breakpoint. These are the last magazines. These are the last magazines of Game Informer that I had, and I distinctly remember having a whole bunch of others. But I wasn't big on collecting magazines, and I thought they were taking up a whole bunch of space, so I kind of threw some of them away many, many years ago. Too many years for me to exactly remember when. But the magazines and the art that they had on these covers was like, this is what drew people in. This was one of the reasons why people even bothered getting a GameStop membership in the first place, because they could at least look forward to like paperback magazines that they could collect and say like, I remember this year when I was reading about Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 and everything that they were going to have with the game. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find the article. Like, they're talking about Dead in the Water, the Until Dawn developer. All this different stuff that you would get in the magazine. You would get in the magazine, and the art was beautiful. I can show this one because it doesn't show my address. So it has all these characters on the front, and then it has like Thanos' Black Order on the back, and this is art that you simply don't get no more. You just don't get it anymore. In March, Game Informer introduced out a way to subscribe to the magazine directly. Previously, you could only get the magazine by buying issues on their own or through a GameStop Pro subscription, which I used to be a part of. Hard times, layoffs, cancellations, and closures have impacted thousands of game developers and publishers, as well as other outlets like us that celebrate games. Editor-in-Chief Matt Miller wrote Game Informer's blog post about that announcement. After we first published this article, the link to the post directed to GameStop's shutdown message. We haven't been immune to that hardship. Here is a full shutdown statement from Game Informer's Twitter account and Game Informer's subscription page. And if you go to the page of Game Informer, and here's the thing. Game Informer has been with me for over a decade. Because whenever I set up my internet for my laptop, or whenever I would do anything GameStop related, this page has always been a tab, and I could either, if I'm not looking at anything on IGN, I would look at something on Game Informer, because at least I can look at them and be all like, this is where they got some people who can actually write an article out, and I would go there, and when I hit that, I'll be taken to this big old cascade grid screen of new articles. Like, the last thing they were just talking about was the newest Dragon Age game. That was the last thing they talked about. You had slight lag for a second. It did that because I was switching. It did that because I was switching tabs. It does that. It does that when I'm switching tabs. But the last thing they were talking about, or at least the last thing I remember them talking about, was the newest Dragon Age game. That was being made. That was the last thing. That's the last thing I remember seeing. So color my surprise. Imagine my surprise when I hit the button for Game Informer and it just says the final level farewell from Game Informer. After 33 thrilling years of bringing you the latest news, reviews, and insights from the ever-evolving world of gaming, it is with a heavy heart that we announce the closure of Game Informer. From the early days of pixelated adventures, going all the way back to Sonic the Hedgehog on the Genesis, to today's immersive virtual realms, we've been honored to share this incredible journey with you, our loyal readers. While our presses may stop, the passion for gaming that we've cultivated together will continue to live on. Thank you for being part of our epic quest, and may your own gaming adventures never end. This is the end of an era for just like gaming in general, because a lot of people look to Game Informer because they were. If you were to pick people that were very good at journalism and gaming journalism, Game Informer was really high up on the list as far as people that you could read their articles and they were considered trustworthy. But yes, yeah. So the reason as to why Game Informer has been shut down is unknown. It is, and Game Informer is the longest running US gaming magazine ever. It is the US's longest running gaming magazine, and now it's gone. It's gone. So let's continue through this list. I think I remember having an issue for Arkham Knight back in 2014. The first issue that was talking about Fortnite. No one knew just how major Fortnite was going to be back then. No one had any idea. Raul, it's good to see you. Yeah, it's been a long time. How you been? You been good? I hope life has been treating you well. We're just reacting to a couple of things. We're reacting to stuff. We're not reacting to Solo Leveling Ragnarok. We are not reacting to Solo Leveling Ragnarok because I don't want to go through reading the chapters early and then the new chapters come out and then it's like, okay, this doesn't make sense from translation compared to the news thing. We are not reacting to Solo Leveling Ragnarok. Just so you know, because people are still asking. Nah, and I will not give in to peer pressure. I will not give in to peer pressure because I was all like, I'll just read it just so I can get it out of the way. But no, I will stand on my principles. Even if it means I lose people, I will stand on my principles. I will wait until I get that official English announcement. And what game is this? What game is this? Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. This is when they give you the extendo legs. And that was June 2014. Far Cry 4, Battleborn. Who remembers Battleborn from Gearbox? When they tried to do their own version of a hero shooter. Me at age 60 to my grandkid, man, I miss Game Informer so I can get new info on games. Grandkids go like, what's Game Informer? Stare in tears. Look, you can say that to kids now about like, What a Cartoon or Nicktoons, like classic Nicktoons. Or Zoog Disney or One Saturday Morning. Don't worry, I'm not going to peer pressure. I'm just going to wait till Ragnarok's fully finished till I read it. I wonder how long that's going to take. Assassin's Creed Unity, the horror issue, The Evil Within, Goodbye Tango Gameworks, Resident Evil Revelations 2, Just Cause 3. I think I had this issue too. The the science fiction issue. Wow, 2015, telling us about No Man's Sky. What's for kids? What's JoJo's Circus? What's Roly Poly Oly? What's Bear in the Big Blue House? Some kids are saying, what's Looney Tunes right now? What is that? That looks like Uncharted 4. That looks like Rise of the Tomb Raider. And Mad Max, we've already played that. We've already had sessions about that. Who knew that No Man's Sky would start out the way it did, be called the worst game of 2016, and then get turned into a game that everyone just chomps at the bit, just wondering what is the next thing they are going to do with genuine excitement. That's by far the biggest comeback story for gaming I have ever seen. What else we got? Okay, we got, what is that? Deus Ex. what is that? Deus Ex Human Evolution? I think it's Deus Ex Human Evolution. Disney Infinity. What is this? Halo 5 Guardians? Halo 5 Guardians? Is this what this game is? I think this is. Oh, it won't even show me which one of this is. I think this is Halo 5 Guardians. Yeah, this is Guardians. Halo Guardians. And then we have Tacoma. I have never heard of this game. Destiny: The Taken King. This was a major expansion for the Destiny back then. I remember when I was working at Best Buy. Pretty sure that's Enchanted: A Thief's End. Was it? Oh, you mean Uncharted: A Thief's End. Yeah. Was it 4? It's technically called 4 since it's the fourth game. Do they call it 4? Yeah, they do call it Uncharted 4. Yeah, they do call it Uncharted 4. So I was right. I'm trying to remember, but I was working at Best Buy during this time. And I believe this was leading up to my final year of working at Best Buy, because I worked there for 5 years. So I think it was around going into 2016 when I left. But I remember the Taken King, Oryx, and the powers that we got, the new weapons that we got, the entire Oryx's flagship that you got to explore and find all these secrets and do all these things in. That was my first genuine purchase of an expansion for a game the size of Destiny back then. Then we got Dark Souls 3. Then there was Mafia 3. Never played that one. Quantum Break, I heard of that, I remember that. I don't know what this game is. This might be talking about, it's talking about VR. Then there was Doom. Don't remember that issue. And then there was Lego Star Wars: The Force Awakens. My biggest memory from playing this game was not only the multitude of copyright claims that Disney decided to drop on me, many years after the fact, but also the fact that I was at 99.98% done with the game when I was about to platinum it. Skip, hey, what's going on? I was about to platinum the game, and then my game crashed right before I could get that final thing done, and I tried to reload the save, and the save corrupted. When I tell you I was just sitting in my room with nothing but despair on my mind because I spent so many hours trying to get the platinum for Force Awakens so I could be done with it. And my save says, your save file has been corrupted. It was a heartbreaking feeling for me. But somehow, when I turned my system off and turned it back on, my save file was fine. I was able to platinum the game, and then I said, okay, good. I can move on. Gears of War 4 in 2016. Final Fantasy 15. Dishonored 2. Call of Duty Infinite Warfare. Which one is this? Is this Breath of the Wild? Oh, they had a Zelda variant and they had a God of War variant. It's not telling me which ones are on the front here. Hold on, let me see. Legend of Zelda. Yeah, this is the Breath of the Wild issue. And then this was a God of War issue as well. Interesting. I don't remember getting this one. And what is this one? Is this... This is not... Wait, is that that's Destiny? Was this supposed to be about... Was this Destiny? And like the Tournament of the Iron Wolves, Horizon Zero Dawn, and then South Park again, the fractured but whole, and then Mass Effect Andromeda, Prey, Overwatch, Back when people's hopes and dreams for Overwatch was, nice and high. Top 50 games of 2016. Breath of the Wild. I think this is Uncharted: A Lost Legacy. I believe that's the one. And then Game Informer covers are missing for Game Informer's issue 290 to 292. Which one was this one? Is this World War II? Call of Duty World War II? And then Shadow of War. Probably Destiny Online. I mean, Destiny was already online. There's no other Destinies. I think this was when they had like the Iron Wolves like tournament, so they wanted to showcase that. Shadow of War, remember playing that? Wish that game had a 60 FPS patch. Dragon Ball FighterZ or Fighter Z, Monster Hunter World. So many memories of Monster Hunter World. So many memories. Mega Man 11, God of War 2018. Remember that. Metro Exodus. No. You got to display this for everyone to see. Stop playing with me. No, you can't have that small page right there and not let us view it. This was the game. This was the game. The whole thing. This is when a new era of Spider-Man began. I remember reading the articles. I remember seeing the little preview images on Game Informer when they were showing gameplay, and I was thinking, oh, we're about to get a brand new bona fide Spider-Man experience. And we did. And it spawned not only its own standalone game, but also a full-on sequel, which I find to be, one of the best Spider-Man games out there. The day we got this issue for Spider-Man in 2018 was the day that Insomniac let everyone know that, hey, this is how you make superhero video games. You ain't gotta always rely on Rocksteady, who did Batman previously. You got Insomniac. And it was because of how successful Spider-Man was that everyone said, okay, leave Insomniac to do all of the Marvel games for the future. And we got videos of Spider-Man back then. Specifically, leading up to its release, we got the big construction site demo for Spider-Man, where we see him taking out all these guards. We see his gadgets like the tripwire mines and everything. Him creating webs so he can like zip to each one and then pulling like an entire construction crane off to the side and knocking people all over. And then seeing him chase after a helicopter, which caused some people to think, oh, it doesn't look like he's traveling fast. Then fast forward like a week or two, and they show a video of him just sailing through the sky at high speeds, swinging through some trees and flipping up high into the air. We had no idea that he would go faster in Spider-Man 2. But it put a lot of people's concerns at ease when they saw him flying through the air because it gave a sense of speed. And then when you play the game, you find out that leveling up with Spider-Man increased your speed even further, so it encouraged people to play it even more. But so many memories from when we were leading up to Spider-Man. Then we got Days Gone, a fan favorite amongst many people, and I myself found it to be very enjoyable as well, like an entire infected infected landscape where hordes of enemies could come charging at you from any direction, and you could literally get overwhelmed by just an endless amount of enemies. It was fantastic. Anthem. It existed. Destiny 2, Forsaken, where the world just found a corner to cry in as we saw the death of Cayde 6, who later got revived for the final shape in Destiny 2 recently. Which one is this one? Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I remember when I was playing Assassin's Creed Origins, people were asking me if I was going to play Odyssey, and I thought, you know what? Might as well. Let's go ahead and check it out. Call of Duty, Black Ops 4. What is this one? What is this game? Oh, I think it's one of those. I think it's one of those newer ones. I can't. It won't let me see. Warcraft 3 Reforged, and that went well. Went about as well as you would expect. Rage 2, played through that game. It's all right. Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice, a FromSoft game that introduced a jump button, which would later be used for Elden Ring about many years later. And Elden Ring would go down in history as by far one of the greatest games to ever exist. Then we have The Outer Worlds. I remember playing through this one too. It was fun. Wished it had like a New Game Plus mode, but oh well. Control. I am so glad they're doing a sequel for Control, because that's if there was any dude, what's going on? Welcome. We are reacting to some things and checking some things out. Control, made by Remedy, they would do fantastic if they were in charge of a Doctor Strange game. Due to the nature of Control and how it just seems supernatural in nature, and you get all these abilities and powers and weapons and whatnot. Well, it's really just a one weapon that changes into different types. But I feel like Remedy Studios would do phenomenally if they were given a chance to make a Doctor Strange game. Then we have Mortal Kombat 11, Game Informer issue 314. I got it right here. And then, of course, I got the issue after that, Jedi Fallen Order. And then we have Monster Hunter World Iceborne, which was a very well done expansion, by the way. And then I got Game Informer, and then I got the issues for 317 and 318. And I think that's when I started to get the issues digitally. I think that's when I started to get the issues digitally rather than it being like on paper. Yo, Voidberg! Hey, question for you. Have you ever considered Unordinary Webtoon? No, because I've never heard of it before. Which is that? That looks like games that are just from Blizzard. Yeah, and we have now officially entered into the territory where I stopped getting like physical issues of games and started to get it digitally. So let's see, Magic, Legends, Outriders. Outriders was a good game for a while, but it had its moments, but it wasn't all. It was okay. It was okay. Resident Evil 3, I bought it when it was on sale, but I haven't touched it yet. Game Informer, not Game Informer, Grounded. I've seen people play this all the time, from Smitty to H2O Delirious to cartoons. Let me see, Wasteland 3, Cyberpunk 2077. Man, Watch Dogs Legions. I feel like this is the game that made me feel, that caused me to be a bit bored with Ubisoft games. I think, wait, do they have an issue for Assassin's Creed Valhalla? I'm looking at all of these. We got Kena and the Bridge of Spirits. People keep telling me to try that game out. I will at some point. Domain expansion tier list next stream? Maybe. But it'll have to be a stream dedicated to that specifically. Miles Morales, very good game. Immortals Phoenix Rising, I heard about this game. I think there's a demo for it. I think there's a demo for it, and I haven't really seen too much gameplay on it, so I really don't have like a major opinion on it. Hitman 3, I never played that one. I got Hitman 1 and... Hold on, let me see. Do I not have any Hitman games? I thought I had some Hitman games. I thought I had Hitman 2 at least. I thought I had some Hitman games. I don't. I was so sure that I had a Hitman game. The only one I got is Hitman Absolution, and that's on PS3. I was so sure that I had a Hitman game for the PS4 that I could have messed with later. But no, I guess not. Then we have the re-release. This is the re-release for the Mass Effect games, 1 through 3. Then there's Deathloop. We've played through that. I did a whole series on that. Resident Evil Village. I never played that one. It's funny to watch other people play it, especially the Game Grumps. Psychonauts 2. Played through this game. I thought it was very well done. Very well done. And they actually tackled some issues in that game, you know, like real-life issues in that game that I think even movies had a very hard time you know, implementing for their own movies. Guardians of the Galaxy, the RPG issue, that's Tales of Arise. I got that game, haven't finished that one either. Marvel's Midnight Suns. Biggest memory from playing this game was my finale was supposed to be basically me finishing the game, but that is when I first discovered that YouTube has a streaming limit of 11 hours and 59 minutes. And I went past that to hit at least 12 hours and 20 minutes. So literally the last half of my playthrough for Marvel's Midnight Suns was completely cut off. It was completely cut off. And I had to do another stream the following day in order for me to show the actual finale to that. That's the reason why my streams have like limits to them now. At the very shortest, 4 or maybe 2 or maybe even 1 hour depending. For games, I usually try to go for 4, and that's the minimum max, minimax, and then 6 being the absolute max. Anything further than that, I consider pushing it now, because me trying to do the finale stream for Marvel's Midnight Suns was the longest I have ever done a single session in one stream in one go. Saints Row, the reboot. Game Informer issue 341 with, what is that? Is that supposed to be Halo Infinite? Yep, that's Halo Infinite. And then we had Horizon Forbidden West. And then we had Elden Ring. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. It's an amazing game. Forspoken. The only good thing about this game was the combat and traversal, and that was it. What is it? The Evil Dead, the game. Haven't played that one, but if you've seen gameplay of Friday the 13th, it pretty much works that way. Callisto Protocol. Still regret buying this game. I regret it. Sonic Frontiers. Quite possibly one of the best Sonic games out there, because it literally lets you feel like you're playing Sonic. Though whoever designed the final DLC for the platforming, never, ever do that again. Never. Skull and Bones. Yeah, we were hearing about this game back in 2022, and the game is out, and it's literally, who cares? God of War Ragnarok. We're starting to catch up. God of War Ragnarok. Great game. Fantastic game. Absolutely amazing game. It's fantastic. Bayonetta 3, loved that game. Really hated the fact that really disliked the fact that the original voice for Bayonetta decided to try and boycott the game because she was trying to get paid more, and they were like, no, we're not paying you more. So she tried to make a video and tried to boycott the game and tell them, like, Jennifer Hale doesn't deserve any accolades, or she doesn't deserve to call herself Bayonetta because I made that voice and that's my own character. And I'm like, you're just the voice for the character. People like your voice, but people are not playing Bayonetta for her voice. They are playing it for the plot and the gameplay. That's what their people are playing it for. Bayonetta 3 was incredibly good. Bayonetta 3 was very, very good. It's still such a shame that games as good as Bayonetta 2 and 3 are being put on a system that can't even run these games smoothly. Mind you, they run enough, but the Switch is still outdated in terms of its stability and performance when it comes to its games, which is why people are really looking forward to the newer iteration for the Switch. Sonic Frontiers is Metal Gear Rising coded Sonic, and I'm here for it. It really was good, especially the music when you were fighting the bosses. Oh, it was really good. Street Fighter 6. Everyone loves that game. Dead Island 2. Crazy to think that out of all the games that released during the year of Dead Rising, not Dead Rising 2, Dead Island 2. It's crazy to think that during the year of Dead Island 2's release, it was the most stable game to release, period. Despite the massive amounts of development issues it ran into, it dropped and it was complete at launch. It launched some DLC, but it was the most stable game to release between, I believe, Star Wars Jedi Survivor, and there was another game that released before it. I'm trying to remember which one that was. It was the most, I'm trying to remember, because I talked about this, I brought this up. It's the most stable game to release between two major game releases. Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one. And then we have Resident Evil 4, which happened to release right before my birthday. And what is this? The indie issue. Okay, then we have Diablo 4. Me and Gajo, we fell asleep trying to play the demo of this game, so it was like, nah, we're not getting it. Then we had the Sonic retro game that came out, Armored Core 6, which was released not too long after we got Elden Ring, and it just really put on the map that From Software really does not miss. Because not only did they give us Elden Ring, but they started working on an entirely new Armored Core game that they haven't worked on for 10 years? And they released it, and it was absolutely fantastic. It was just fantastic. And I wonder why they got the repeat of this issue again. But then we have Assassin's Creed Mirage, which is Ubisoft's attempt at trying to go back to basics with Assassin's Creed, because along the way, Assassin's Creed really lost the plot of what it was supposed to be about. And it was just really like, okay, let's go from just having a character who's focused on being an assassin of the Assassin Order. Let's just make them a character that happens to be like a great warrior from whatever insert time period here, and then just kind of make the story build around it. So they kind of lost the plot a little bit, and they tried to bring it back with Assassin's Creed Mirage. But even then, in certain things, they kind of they kind of went a little over with some of the mechanics in the game. Except for the Dark Souls remake, we don't talk about that. But that was not made by FromSoft. Wait, are you talking about the Demon Souls remake? Because if you're talking about the Demon Souls remake, that was not done by FromSoft. That was done by Blue Entertainment. They're the ones who redid that. FromSoft had nothing to do with the Demon Souls remake. But yeah, Assassin's Creed Mirage was a thing. And I feel like when this game was out, I was already past the point of not really caring about Assassin's Creed games anymore. I just felt like they just felt the same after a while. Sure, they introduced like new combat moves and whatnot, but after a while, it just felt like it was the same thing over and over again, and it got monotonous. Super Mario Wonder got my sister this game. I wonder how far along she's actually made it into Super Mario Wonder, because it has been a while since her birthday this year that I got it for. I know what you're saying, because I'm playing Valhalla right now. Assassination is kind of like a side plot. Yeah, it is. Isn't it, anime? Isn't it? Doesn't it feel like the... Oh, you're talking about the remaster. Oh, I never played that. Is it bad? Is it bad? Hold on, let me see. Who did the remaster for this? Now, here, it's definitely not bad. It's just not much of a remaster. It's just the Prepare to Die edition. Let's see. They butchered it. I just want Bloodborne on PC. Wait, Bloodborne isn't on PC? Wait, Bloodborne isn't on PC? Never got into Assassin's Creed. I tried the very first one, and the washed out colors and world just seemed boring to me, and then I went back to Bioshock and Fallout, Enchanted Arms, and N3. Yeah, it's just that they have to throw it in because Assassin is in the name. Yeah, it felt that way for Assassin's Creed games. So now whenever I see Assassin's Creed games, I wonder, is this really going to be about assassins versus Templars, or are y'all just throwing in people to be assassins and it doesn't even fit the plot as much as it used to in the past? Because we had Altair, we had Ezio Auditore da Firenze, we even had Connor during like the American Revolution. That technically counts. That counts more to being an assassin than anything else, but everyone else is like, now you just put up a hood and now you're an assassin if you got like a knife and you got a knife that comes out of your wrist now. So I'm like, okay. But was a Dark Souls remastered really that bad? Hmm. So here's what I'm thinking. We got two other developers on top of FromSoft that did the Dark Souls remastered. Ah, some of the same people kind of worked on it a little bit. Okay, that was back then. Let's keep going. So that was Mario Wonder. Bloodborne is not on PC, and the fans want to die. I am shocked that Bloodborne is not on PC. All this time, I kind of figured that it was, but I guess it's my own ignorance for not knowing. Then we have Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora. Literally, my feelings towards Ubisoft games hasn't changed because Avatar is literally just an Avatar version of Far Cry. And actually, I think it wasn't Valhalla that made me tired of Ubisoft games. No, actually, Valhalla was what made me tired of Assassin's Creed games, and Far Cry 6 is what made me tired of Far Cry games. So when I saw Mirage, I rolled my eyes. When I saw Avatar: Frontiers of Pandora, I also rolled my eyes because it just felt the same. Like there was really no innovation as far as them evolving their games. So when I see gameplay of Frontiers of Pandora, it is literally just Far Cry, but you're playing as one of the Na'vi, and that was it. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, fantastic. Mid from FromSoft is bad for normal games. That just shows you how high quality that FromSoft tends to be. Where even if a game that is considered mid on their standards, it is really bad for other people. Really bad for other games because that means the game is bad. But for FromSoft, it's kind of like That for other games is like a death sentence because you got to be very skilled for your mid games in comparison to other games would be looking other games that would attempt that, it would just be failures on their part. Then we have Apex Legends, the future of Apex Legends. Never played it. Really not big on competitive games. The only big competitive game that I'm messing with right now is the closed beta for Marvel Rivals. And I've been playing that repeatedly, and it's very fun. For my first competitive game that I've fully invested in many, many years, I want to say like over 5, maybe even 6 or 7 years, it is incredibly fun. What game is this? What game is this? We're starting to get to the end. Yeah, we're getting to the end of the final issues of Game Informer. It won't even let me look at it. Let me look at it! Let me look at it. What is this game? From the creators of Ori and the Will o' the Wisps, No Rest for the Wicked. Don't think I've ever heard of this game before. Interesting. Actually been getting back into Apex recently. Interesting. Then Star Wars Outlaws. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Then we have Hades 2, which apparently is looking very, very nice. I've played the first Hades game, enjoyed that immensely. So this one's on my list, but we'll see how things go. Then what is this? Dragon Age the Veilguard. Yeah, this was the last thing from Game Informer that I saw. Just information on Veilguard. This was the last thing I saw from them. Because I have no idea what's going on with the casting of Frank Stone. What is this? What is this? Let's see. From the universe of Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I haven't heard about anything about this, and I guess I never will from Game Informer, but that was the last of it. 2 games I'm waiting for is Undisputed Boxing and Assassin's Creed Shadows. Never really bought an Assassin's Creed game, only got them for free on PlayStation Plus. I don't blame you. They started to kind of wane a little bit over the years, but that's just my personal opinion. Wait, the one that made Ori made No Rest for the Wicked? That explains things? Oh, have you played it? Also, let me go back up here. They should have done a Terminator Assassin's Creed crossover where you kill the guy that comes up with the plans for Skynet. They're already doing a Terminator open world survival game. But it's been kind of quiet since we last heard something from that. Let me kind of go back up because someone told me about, what was it? Ever considered Unordinary Webtoon? Okay, so there's Unordinary, which is a webtoon apparently, and someone said something about, what was it, Mercenary Enrollment? React to Mercenary Enrollment, Manual, you'll love it. Oh yeah, that was Yesam Ramil from earlier. Is it Teenage Mercenary? Is this it? At the age of 8, Yi Jin-yu lost his parents in a plane crash and became stranded in a foreign land, forced to become a child mercenary in order to stay alive. He returns home 10 years later to be reunited with his family in Korea, where food and shelter are plenty and everything seems peaceful. But Yi-jin will soon learn that life as a teenager is a whole other feat of survival. With only 1 year of high school left, Yi-jin must master new tactics to maneuver his way around the schoolhouse battleground. Can he survive a year of high school? Or rather, will the school be able to survive him? Is this what Ramil was talking about? Unordinary is very good. Teenage Mercenary is good too. Yi Jin-yu is that guy. Hmm. Oh, wait. I can't show this. I am not trying to get copyright claimed for showing images. I'll get in trouble for that. I'll get in trouble for that. Hold on. Do I have it? Do I have the... Man, I don't have the button. I got a button where I can take the whole image out. I am not about to put myself in harm's way by showing images. Kimao. Or Kimaw. Yeah, Teenage Mercenary is also a good one. Type solo leveling in a webtoon search. My god, the amount of clones. Yeah, there's a lot of clones. You try to type in one thing specifically, and it's gonna have everything that includes the word solo, and then leveling, and then everything in between. So, Teenage Mercenary, and then Unordinary. I won't tell anyone if you read it. Thank you for not telling anyone, even though the images will be present, and I could get like a surprise email out of nowhere saying like, hey, your stream? Ours. Also, strike for you because you show image. Because that happened before. Nobody paid much attention to John, just a normal teenager at a school where the social elite happen to possess unthinkable powers and abilities. But John's got a secret past that threatens to bring down the school's whole social order and much more. Fulfilling his destiny won't be easy, though, because there are battles, frenemies, and deadly conspiracies around every corner. There are a lot of chapters. There is a lot of chapters for this series. It's all the way in the 300s. Interesting. Read Solo Leveling on Tappytoon after the anime ended. It was pretty good. Oh yeah, Solo Leveling is amazing. Still waiting for a brand new game for it, though. So, since we're reacting to some things, there is something that I want to look into. And I want you guys' opinion on it. Pretty sure he would get smited with the might of Zeus if he showed images. Look, when I got my first copyright strike, and I believe it was last year in February, I got hit by it because I used the Solo Leveling logo in the middle of my thumbnail, which did not correlate to anything that was showing in my reaction, which was literally just my face, and then the logo small down in the corner. They got me simply because my thumbnail had the logo on it. And they refused to give me a reason as to why or what I could change. So, needless to say, I've been incredibly careful about showing images and stuff, and just not showing them at all, because I don't want to get into trouble. Because this is my job, and if and I don't want nothing impacting my job where I rely on it to get paid. I'm not trying to get into trouble. Ravi, good to see you. So here's something that I wanted to discuss with you guys. I've seen gameplay of Star Wars Outlaws. And there are certain things about it that I feel kind of miss the mark. That seems excessive. I know, it does seem excessive. I tried asking what the problem was. I explained to him that it was like my whole video was under fair use because I wasn't taking my video itself did not have anything copyrighted in it, but they got me because of the thumbnail. So I tried to dispute it, and they says like we couldn't find any reasons why we should cancel this dispute on this, and I'm like, bro, I did wrong. So that's the reason why. When people try to say like, hey, show images. Why don't you show images? I'm a dislike if you don't show images. I'm like, hey, I'll take the hit because I am not trying to get hit. I don't want to go through a whole nother instance when I got a copyright strike just looming on my channel, and then I gotta wait 3 whole months for it to be lifted. I'm clean now. It's gone, but I don't want to risk it. So that's the reason why I had to be careful, because I was about to scroll down the Teenage Mercenary real quick and just look through it, and I was about to say, oh no. So no, I ain't about to do it. It ain't worth it. I like my job. I like getting paid. I don't want nothing to be impacted because of it. So, no. We do need to talk about Star Wars, though. Thumbnail for tomorrow. I'm ready. Don't worry, it's my original art. Just took few hours. Ravi, I really do appreciate you. Once you get done, just let me show it to me on Discord like you usually do, so that way once I set up for the stream for tomorrow, with tomorrow also be okay. So this is a reaction stream, but this is also a stream where I get to talk to you guys, so it's a bit of a combination of both. Tomorrow will be the final day, the final time I read My Hero Academia. It's been a thought that's been resting on my mind for so long. Tomorrow is going to be the last day I read My Hero. It doesn't feel real. It really doesn't. But it's going to be my last day reading that. It's going to be the final chapter. And then I can say, I've read all of My Hero. And people who want to get into the series can see it from the beginning all the way to its end. So that I consider that an accomplishment. Man's not going to attempt to be shot with the copyright strike 50 cal. Yeah, because them jokers is accurate. They really don't miss. And if you get hit, you gotta find some sort of dispute to heal that bullet wound. But when the copyright hits you, it never misses. Because recently, MHA's last chapter, yes, it's tomorrow. 430 chapters is going to be the last one. But yeah, considering copyrights, I'm getting flagged for my Samurai Jack Battle Through Time game that I did many years ago. I'm getting claims because of the game that I played many years ago, and I'm just getting claims for it now. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. You guys don't need to hear about like the copyright woes that I go through because it's not important for you. We are here to talk about Star Wars Outlaws, and I need you guys to look at this with me because I need your opinion. And we need to go over the video from IGN from 2 weeks ago, even though there's been some recent ones. But we need to go over the gameplay from 2 weeks ago that was supposed to showcase what it's going to be like to play Outlaws, which is coming out this month. Even though I'm going to be playing Black Myth Wukong, it's supposed to be coming out this month, and I just want your opinions on what you see. Hold on, wait for it to catch up. I got it on 720, so that shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Oh, wait. Right. You don't even have the desktop audio up. Let me get that turned on for you guys. And suddenly, my buttons don't want to work. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can get my buttons to work because they don't want to respond right now, but they gonna. Let me pull up my Stream Deck because it wants to act wonky sometimes. Alright, give me a sec. I'm 100 chapters late. I think I stopped when Gentle Criminal was in it. Wait! You stopped during the events of the sports festival? No, the showcase. Like the students festival. You stopped around that time? You got a lot to catch up on. Luckily for you, I know of a certain individual who will soon have the entire series of My Hero available for you. Let's see, I'm pretty sure they might do a MHA Vigilante anime after they finish the OG. Possibly. But since I got the volume up, I need you guys to just listen to this whole thing.
This month's IGN First is Star Wars Outlaws. We'll be diving deep into Massive Entertainment's open world adventure into a galaxy far, far away throughout July, with new behind the scenes looks and features. We've already explored how Massive brought the cinematic spectacle of Star Wars into an open galaxy setting, and now we're thrilled to bring you a full mission of exclusive gameplay. Taking place on the classic desert planet of Tatooine, this expert mission takes Kate on a journey involving a Jawa and a Sarlacc pit as she journeys from the sand to the stars. Enjoy.
Oh, you mean the second time when Gentle showed up in by far the greatest entrance in My Hero, where he's just bouncing on the air and his collar's all high up and everything. I have to say, out of every character design in My Hero, Gentle Criminal has one of the best, the absolute best. But
Hey, I heard you could put a turret on my ship. I'm sorry?
She said she'll put a turret anywhere if you give her a tooth. Forgive the intrusion, but I sensed you needed an interpreter.
Oh, thanks, but I'm not giving her a tooth.
No, not your tooth. A Sarlacc tooth. One from its second mouth.
Second mouth. Oh, you won't take credits?
She says if you won't pay for breakfast, you can eat sand for free. A Jawa proverb.
No, I get it. I'll get the tooth. But that turret better be good.
it's not spoilery, but I think it'll be best if you check right after you read the chapter. Okay, so... Okay, alright, cool. So I'll do my own thumbnail, and then I'll change it to the thumbnail you've made for me. Yeah, you can... Okay, so Ravi, you can send it to me, but I won't look at it until after I'm done with the chapter. And so I'll use my own thumbnail, I'll create my own. And then once I look at yours, then I'll change my thumbnail for that reaction to the one that you made for me. Sound good? Yeah, I'll do it that way. I'll change it to I'll change it to the one that you made for me after I'm done doing the reaction. So I'll make my reaction, I'll make my own thumbnail. Yeah, okay, cool. We can do it that way. Nice. Thank you, Ravi.
You have a deal? How exciting. You know, this reminds me of my time negotiating with the Trade Federal.
Hey, MD, you know where I can get a Sarlacc tooth?
Sarlacc. And you need to find its pit. I'd start in the Dune Sea.
What is that?
Stay sharp, Kay. A pristine Sarlacc tooth is worth a lot on the black market.
You saying I'll have competition?
Dead Sarlaccs get scavenged fast. Anyone else looking for a tooth won't be coming alone.
So, here's the thing about the gameplay that is sticking out to me. It feels Ubisoft in terms of you give us this wide open space to travel, but then you also give us this wide open space that is just... Now, and here's the thing, I know she's in the desert, and the desert is not going to have like a whole ton of things that just, you know, are everywhere, because most deserts just have just nothing but sand. That I understand. But also, can we kind of get away from Tatooine and desert planets and Star Wars? Because I feel like Disney really loves to keep us either on Tatooine or just keep us on desert planets every chance that they get. Like that's just my overall opinion. I mean, we've got to the point where I'm starting to. Is Ragnarok good? Because I got half a mind to start reading it, but I want to wait until it's finished. Do you mean solo leveling Ragnarok? I don't know. I haven't read the chapters. I know there's some early translated chapters out right now that people have been asking me to read, but I'm not reading those until I get like an official announcement like, hey, a solo leveling Ragnarok? It's getting an official US release. So I don't, but from what Kitty told me, she said that it's very good, and I believe she reads the light novel. She reads the light novel, and I believe someone else reads it as well. I think either Yes I'm Ramil may have read the light novel as well, but they say it's good. They say it's good, and they're pretty much the people that put me on solo leveling and the beginning after the end. So I trust their judgment in Manhwa. But but one thing that sticks out to me for Ubisoft games, especially when it's open world where you have a fast way of traveling, is that they really do like to put you in worlds where there's just big old wide open space where traveling from one place to the next can feel like it gets drawn out a little. So I wonder if fast travel is a thing that's in this game, or if they just want you to go by bike. Because not every game can pull off traveling from one place to the next in an open world setting. Correctly where it doesn't feel monotonous after a certain amount of time. That was my case with Dragon's Dogma 2. There's only so many times you're going to tell me, hey, you need to go to this location. Okay, you're done there. You need to go back to this location. Okay, you're done there. You need to go back to this location. If it has fast travel, let me use that so I can circumnavigate the 20 to 30 minutes of me traveling on foot from one location to the next. Because that's the one major thing that really got on my nerves about Dragon's Dogma 2, is that the only way you could fast travel is if you had a fairy stone. And fairy stones were limited because you either had to buy them from vendors who wouldn't restock them until who would only have one or two in your stock. And sometimes missions would cause you to travel back and forth to places multiple times, so that's you using multiple fairy stones, to the point where you'll wind up having no fairy stones left in order to go back and forth. And now you're just forced to walk on foot. Not only that, but your equipment weight, it determines how fast you actually physically move. So if you are on the medium side or heavy side, you're going to be moving slow, which will then drastically increase your travel time. And I don't know if it's just me, but when it comes to open world games, I don't have all day to literally take all day to get from one location to the next. Hope they do what Dragon's Dogma did, no fast travel. I mean, I'm not going to be playing Outlaws, so I'm not really going to be hung up on stuff they do or don't do, but I'm just thinking about players who play this game in general. Just the going back and forth. Will it get monotonous? Will it get boring after a while? Oh, baby, the $100 pre-order? Yes, the $100 pre-order that also comes with an exclusive mission for Jabba the Hutt. And you have absolutely no idea on whether that mission is going to be worth the extra $100 you put towards the game. That extra $30, is that mission from Jabba the Hutt worth $30? Ain't nobody caring about like cosmetic stuff. You're locking a mission behind a paywall. Is it worth that amount of money? That's the big thing. Ubisoft loves to give you like 47 different editions of one game, and you don't even know if the extra stuff you're getting with the game is even worth your time. Classically Ubisoft. But one thing I want y'all to notice is the musical cues and the dialogue in the game.
Conchita Troy. Gigi Dwanak su imta graba fingrani titoki.
It's a dead Sarlacc. Who knows what's crawling around down there?
The $30 gives you a free fast travel. I mean, Capcom did it. Well, actually, no, they didn't. They just gave you a pack that would give you an extra fairy stone, but they wouldn't give you infinite travel, because then that would put people off of actually buying the fairy stone packs. So, I wouldn't be surprised if they do like a Dark Arisen version of Dragon's Dogma 2 that introduces a fairy stone that lets you travel infinitely. Because I don't put it past Capcom to do that. Far Cry with gun, Far Cry with more gun, Far Cry with laser gun, Far Cry with bow and arrow. Reminds me of that one song where the joke that Skyrim would have a DLC where they lock time travel behind a price. I really don't put it past a lot of these developers who are already kind of, I want to say kind of shady when it comes to locking basic functions behind a paywall, for them to do stuff like that. I don't put it past them. But also, when I say musical cues, I specifically mean like big orchestra hits, not the ambient music, because the ambient music is fine.
Okay, that's one mouth down. You good, buddy? Ugh, it's kind of leathery.
Kay, the Jawas have arrived at the ship.
Did they bring a turret?
They did. They have yet to confirm that it works.
Okay, well, you keep an eye on that. I've got to find a way down to the bottom of this pit.
So here's my thing. In the world of Star Wars, the Sarlacc is one very prolific creature in the world of Star Wars, due to the fact that, you know, C-3PO said that if someone were to get inside to be ingested by the Sarlacc, they would suffer pain and agony for the next 1,000 years. So it makes you wonder, what is it like inside of a Sarlacc for that sort of thing to happen? And we're in a Sarlacc right now, which should be interesting to look at. It should be, you know, it should be something that makes you wonder, so this is what the inside of a Sarlacc looks like. But does anyone feel terribly interested in the environment? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to probe any negative comments. I'm just wondering, does being in a Sarlacc pit, or at least looking at someone being in a Sarlacc pit, does it fill you with wonder?
Ugh, so many dead things in this dead thing. Many dead things in this dead thing. Ugh, so many dead things in this dead thing.
I feel like that line could have been redone. I feel like that line could have been redone. Now, is it just me? I feel like the MCU is partly to blame of this, where a lot of characters in games now, they are being written with like Marvel humor in mind to a certain degree. Like, you know, people trying to sound witty and try to sound funny. And mind you, the MCU accomplished this early on. They did a very good job of it. But, you know, hearing it over and 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 over again, it feels, yeah, man, these people really need to come off the MCU humor. It's so bad. It's right there. It's right there. You're saying exactly what I'm saying. You're saying exactly what I'm saying. But I feel the MCU is partly to blame for some people making games where the main character has to be witty or has one line to some like line to say, some witty line to say, or some snarky line to say, or a line to make you either go like, haha, she said so many dead things in this dead thing. And I'm not an expert in dialogue. I'm not an expert in writing, but if you're trying to make a game where you want your character to be liked by the player, don't have them say dialogue that comes off as forced in order to be like, you know what, she's right, so many dead things in this dead thing. Did it? So I'm just, I don't know. Yeah, not everyone has to be witty. Not everyone has to be witty. You can offer your own comments, but don't let it come off as feeling like, oh, she's trying to be, snarky or have a dry sense of humor, and it kind of falls flat a little bit. It feels like Disney Star Wars when you do that. And we need George Lucas Star Wars, which is what everyone looks to Star Wars for. So, that's just my personal opinion, but I feel when people said smart stuff or snarky stuff in like previous Star Wars property, it was fine because it didn't feel like it was being forced. But nowadays, it's starting to become really, really prevalent, and it's starting to become kind of annoying because it's like, not every character has to be this way. Not every character has to be a comedian. Not every character has to like throw out jokes all the time. Not every character has to be sarcastic or snarky to the point of annoyance. Just make that their trait, but not their character. But that's just me. If Robert Downey Jr. isn't doing it, it isn't good. Robert Downey Jr. and Chris Pratt to a degree, but really Robert Downey Jr. Literally felt the Forspoken from this, and I have to say I'm losing hope. We're not even okay. So let's keep going. Let's keep going until we get into the actual gunplay for it.
Well, that worked.
And one thing that gets, and I gotta say this when it comes to showcases like this, one thing that really doesn't help the game is if the person who's playing it is playing it slowly. Like they're playing it slowly so that everyone can just take in all this stuff. Taking the wall, taking the floor. Let me pan the camera around while I'm just running in one place so you can look at everything as if that's the main thing that we're going to be interested in. We'll be looking at that stuff when we play the game ourselves and we are turning the camera. But you really need to be focusing on the stuff that you want people to look at that they're going to buy the game for. Let me see. What did you say? Raw, you sound like I'm losing. Forspoken was one of the very first to not have the gameplay and story to compensate for it. No, because, well, the story was really lackluster. The gameplay was by far its biggest highlight, and I enjoyed that, but everything else about the game was incredibly forgettable. Incredibly forgettable. Just a bunch of dead stuff, blood, and buildings. I think if made is semi-similar, I literally felt the Forspoken from this, and I have to say I'm losing hope. I think if made is semi-similar to how it looked when you were inside Yormi in God of War 18. Just a bunch of dead stuff, blood, and buildings, but at least it fit. At least it fit. See what I mean?
What do you see?
See what I mean? You're just staring off at it, and I know her little
Phew,
pet was
the
supposed to be.
tooth, Finally.
You needed the pet to tell you where it was? Hold on. This is what I mean by gameplay. If you're gonna play a game like a player's gonna play it. Don't play it like a journalist, because journalists, for a lot of the time, they play games in a very boring way. They play it as a way to showcase the game rather than actually play the game. So, as a player, if you're playing a game like this, yo, Gajil, my friend, what's going on? We've been reacting to a whole bunch of things. We were talking about Game Informer at the beginning. Some people were asking me if I was going to read Solo Leveling Ragnarok. I said I'm going to wait for the US release. Some people were telling me about some new stuff that I could potentially look into, such as Unordinary and Teenage Mercenary. So we've just been talking about Star Wars Outlaws right now, and why this gameplay does not do it justice at all. Even less than whatever justice it had for itself. But if you're a person and you're playing a game, and you're in this dark area, and the only source of light is one specific spot, and you see nothing else of interest, wouldn't you automatically go over to the light because it is obviously wanting you to go over to that one particular spot with no other interesting spots in the room, right? Wouldn't you normally go over there?
What do you see?
Like, from my perspective as a player, I wouldn't have needed to use that creature's sonar sense, which is interesting that the creature has a sonar sense instead of you having a gadget that can do that. For it to tell me that the item I'm looking for is underneath this glaring bright light that is the brightest light in this room, and then you go walk over to it. Because people don't play like that. They don't. Subtlety is no longer available in most games. Subtlety in the ways of, we're gonna allow the player to figure out, hey, where this one thing is. We're gonna just let them figure this out, because our players aren't dumb. They don't need us to hold their hand all the time in order to know where to go. Because for me, I would not be walking to that. I would not be walking over there. I'd be
I
running.
need this more than you. ND?
Finally. What's your status?
Well, I found a tooth. Now I just need to get out of this pit. Why? You worried about me?
About you? No. Hurry, please.
Get out of this.
The audio mixing for this conversation between your girl and her robot, her battle droid robot guy, I feel like that needs to be fixed. If there's not an option to do that in the settings, because we hear the audio from her conversation over her talking, and that's distracting. I'm very big on sound and sound mixing due to me being a musician. I really pay attention to that sort of thing. And I feel the audio mixing for this conversation, the person you're talking to in a video game should not be louder than the person that's receiving the call. That's like if Jackie was talking to V in Cyberpunk, and Jackie was louder than V, and so was the ambient noise behind Jackie that was also getting into the call. Because if you listen,
This pit. Why? You worried about me?
you can hear the Jawas and the background noise from the other call going through over her. It's overriding her. She should be louder. Or at the very least, mute this, at the very least, lower the volume of the sound between each person. When she's talking, raise her volume up so that it's not getting overridden by the reverse person who's talking. It should never be like it's loud and the person's at this level and it remains that way until it shuts off, and then the person sounds normal after everything's gone quiet. That throws off the sound design a little bit. But that's just me nitpicking, but it's just something that's kind of glaring.
About you? No. Hurry, please.
Here's an important moment here. Listen, just listen. Y'all want to tell me something that was wrong there? Because I can tell you. Well, I know of two things, but I just want you guys to tell me what was wrong with this instance. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you guys. How did she not die? Yes, because thermal detonators are apparently only capable of launching a person without leaving any marks. Because we all know thermal detonators in the world of Star Wars only does concussive damage that doesn't actually kill the person. It's not like there are grenades or anything that everybody uses that does a ton of damage to whatever they're attached to or the people that get hit by it. It's not like these are just very powerful grenades. But it's not even the fact that the explosion looked lackluster when she got hit by it. It was the musical fanfare that happened from a grenade that fell in front of her that did not fit at all. That musical fanfare did not fit for a grenade being thrown in front of a person. It felt off to me. They could have used any other type of musical fanfare or alert sound for this scene, but that bum 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 bum, and then it just cuts off after the explosion happens. It didn't fit. It's like ba-da da from for the Link like Link getting an item when you get shot. It's not something that one would expect music to proclaim in a moment where a grenade gets thrown in front of you. Now I'd understand, and now that and the fact that the music is really loud. It's loud. It doesn't need to be that loud. You can be subtle with music, but also alert the player as well. The way they did the music, they could have had like light horns going like or the or some sort of like light horns accompaniment that goes with it, but not this big. This was not grenade thrown at you worthy. Musically, this was not grenade thrown at you worthy. They should have used the Gordon Ramsay suspense music. Her reaction and the look of it looks silly too. The music was too loud. The accompaniment for the grenade being thrown at her doesn't look like it fit. And the thermal detonation. The thermal detonation itself could have been so much better. Thank God that I can roll this stuff backwards, because we're going to go frame by frame. She said a one-liner before she tried to run. Yeah. Okay, so ooh, okay, we got something. We got something. Let's look at the okay, frame by frame. People are going to buy this game. They are, and it's not my place to tell them that they're wrong. But this game is not for me. This game is not for me, and it's supposed to be releasing in the same time frame as Black Myth Wukong. You already know what I'm going to be playing, but this is the thermal detonator explosion. And it's starting to rain outside again. Huh. Huh. People have pre-bought this game. Yeah, they have. Thermal detonators don't kill anybody now. But watch you throw a thermal detonator and it takes out an entire person instantly.
Hey, come back here. That's my tooth.
I love how he slowed down so she could catch up. Because you see, he was still in sight.
Wait.
All right, Nix. Go get him. Someone nearby?
Getting jumpy.
All this for a tooth.
I think she got a grenade. Let's see what happens when she...
They're headed for us.
So already I can tell what's wrong with this whole combat encounter from the perspective of the player. There is someone on that platform on the top right. There is someone on the platform on the top right that is directly behind her, and she doesn't turn around for the person. You can see along the top of the screen that there's this like red highlighted mark. No, it's not the radar mark that points you in the direction east, north, south, east, west, but there's like a slightly highlighted mark that is above that line that is telling you that there's an enemy there. But she's not focused on that. I don't even know if she turns around to face this person. I skimmed through this video. You can literally hear and she ignores the person that's behind her. She just keeps moving forward and she doesn't spin around. She just opened fired and they're reacting. She just opened fired and they're just reacting to her. My thing is, if you get into a firefight, you make sure that you are not getting flanked. You make sure you are not getting flanked. That is basic gameplay 101. This is 2024. You do not go into an area unless you check your corners. Playing Elden Ring and going into those dungeons with those stone imps is a real good way of reminding you to always check your surroundings before you go through a doorway. Here, you got upper levels where enemies can be. You need to be checking everywhere. That's 90,000 dislikes, 99,000 dislikes. Is there an exact number? No, there isn't.
I should get out of here.
See? Now she concerns herself with the person that's up there. Is that an explosion from a grenade launcher?
You think you can take me? Come on. We're going loud. Oh!
Why is she saying we're going loud after 3 minutes of shooting? What do you mean we're going loud? You were shooting quietly before? We're going loud. You were shooting for 3 minutes. You used a grenade launcher. Grenade launchers aren't silent. What you mean you're going loud now?
The Jawas are getting impatient.
How can you tell?
They're trying to disassemble me.
Okay. I'm headed back to their boss now, all right? Just, try to stay in one piece. Here, straight from the, second mouth. That's good, right?
Oh, yes. I love watching the wheels of commerce in motion.
Ah, Criff, it's hot, Nix.
I don't know if it's because of this video, and I really hope that's not the case for the official game, but they're announcing like, hey, you got this stuff. Hey, you got that stuff. The music just seems really loud. I feel like it needs to be subtle. Like you can have like a little hum or maybe like a couple of notes, but it doesn't need to be like ba ba bum boom ba ba bum boom. It doesn't for a turret, for your ship, for just a simple upgrade. I don't think it needs to have that much. Maybe I'm nitpicking, but I feel like it doesn't need to have that much.
Turret is active, K.
We'll have more exclusive looks at Star Wars Outlaws for you throughout
It
July.
might- it
and for
might
everything
just be
else,
for this
stick
video.
with IGN.
It might just be for this video where the fanfare just seems like it's being extra for no reason. I could be wrong, but that might be the case. But I don't know. In Orchestra, if you pick up a bug. In Orchestra, when you upgrade a pistol. In Orchestra, when you do something cool, suddenly that cool thing is not that cool. Yeah, and again, you wouldn't be nitpicking if the game looked good. I know, but it's... I mean, I already wasn't feeling it because I feel like we were robbed of the chance of getting an actual Mandalorian game, and whatever they were working on, which was like a first-person Star Wars game, they canceled, and a lot of people were hoping that it would be a Mandalorian game, but I guess that is no longer the case. So that's Star Wars Outlaws, and I wanted to give my 2 cents on it. I wanted to give my 2 cents on Star Wars Outlaws, and I just feel... It feels Ubisoft. Yeah, when a game is good, you can overlook the cracks because the rest, the core features pick up the slack. Yeah, you can. When the game is good, the rest of the core features pick up the slack of what would obviously be something that could bring a game down. But if it doesn't look good and you're noticing the cracks more than anything good, that's a bit of a concern, because then you're just wondering, okay, if this is the stuff that's getting on my nerves just by watching, what is the rest of the game like? So that's something. Another game on the list, of course, Black Myth Wukong, and I'm just checking out some, this was one video.
Hey guys, it's Paradise, and the highly anticipated action RPG Black Myth Wukong releases soon on August 20th. With amazing Unreal Engine 5 graphics, epic boss battles, and a crazy story, we'll be following Wukong.
I still need to know what sort of
in
boss
this game, which
has it
looks like
shooting
could
lasers
redefine or at
outside
least
of like a
mix
black
up
hole.
the genre. So in this video, we're going to explore all of the major details about this game, so you guys are up to speed and know what to expect, because this game's looking pretty impressive, with rumors estimating there's over 160 different unique enemies and over 80 challenging bosses. So drop a like and comment below if you enjoy the video, and let
Over 80? How long is this game? Over 80?
Let's get into it by first up going over the story, as we will be following
there
Sun
it is.
Wukong, the
Annoying
Monkey
eyelash.
King, who is of course a central character in the classic 16th century Chinese novel A Journey to the West. Now, this game is actually inspired but also builds upon this, as it actually takes place after the events of the book. The story is aiming to offer new interpretations to the story while still being rooted in Chinese mythology.
So this game is based after the Journey to the West story. Because part of me was wondering, what is this set during? But we got a story synopsis. It's set after the events of the Journey to the West. After everything that went down. Interesting. Okay.
Wukong, who we actually play, has a variety of different attacks, combos, stances, magical abilities, and even transformations to unlock, some of which actually come from optional bosses, meaning some of these cool new forms are actually missable if you don't explore and do different side routes and pathways.
We gotta get all the bosses. We gotta get all the bosses, because they could give us brand new powers. We gotta fight all the bosses, because they could give us brand new powers. I do not get why some people get mad when you compare them to Dark Souls, like that's a compliment. It is. Because Dark Souls kind of started the whole Souls genre that many people have succeeded in, and many people have failed in. But it's a compliment if you get compared to Dark Souls, because Dark Souls is an actual good game. Unless, by your guys' words, if you're playing the Dark Souls remastered version, then that's not so good.
Ways. One of the standout features of Black Myth Wukong is its challenging gameplay, but don't get it mixed up with a pure Souls-like. Like many recent games, Black Myth Wukong doesn't actually offer different difficulty options. Every player is going to face the same level of challenge when they play, which ensures a uniform experience, which is no doubt what the developers are aiming for and likely is their vision for the title. Now, while the game is set to have challenge and there's no difficulty options, there are similarities to Souls-like games, such as enemies respawning on your death, the campfire-style checkpoint system, XP-style skill point resources that are lost on death, and more. While the game is actually aimed to be a more forgiving experience than Souls-like titles, and it's not strictly a Souls-like either, it's more of an action RPG, so it shouldn't be nearly as hard as games like Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Elden Ring, or newer titles. So while there is similarities to some other Souls-like games, there's also differences that set it apart, and perhaps the biggest focus of this is its fast-paced combat. The game features dodging instead of blocking, we have access to special attacks, abilities, and even a combo meter to build, so it's kind of similar to Devil May Cry in this way. The aim is for this dynamic combat system to keep us more engaged and keep us on our toes, but there will also be more frequent checkpoints throughout, including before major bosses, so there shouldn't be all that backtracking through various levels just to get to a boss and then die and repeat. Additionally, when you do die, it's set to be less punishing than actual Souls-like games. We're going to retain a majority of our progress when we die, losing only a percentage of our currently gained and held skill points, and that's not including the ones we've already invested. So by using your skill points to unlock new abilities is kind of like a way to bank your points, similar to how you level up in Elden Ring. So in this sense, you can progress your character's development without that fear of losing much progress. And on this topic, these skill points are used to unlock whole new abilities and upgrades, instead of a traditional stat that you would level up in Souls-like games. So hopefully it's actually more impactful to direct gameplay when you get these upgrades and new powers. And when it comes to unlocking these things, the progression in Black Myth Wukong includes 3 distinct skill trees, one that is for magic, one that is for your staff combat, and the other is for Wukong himself. This allows for deeper playstyle customization, and of course you can invest in what you prefer, such as tackling combat directly or using magical powers, and invest in those skill trees first. For example, the magic skill tree includes various powerful spells, while the staff
Did I see that long spine light thing? Yes, you saw my eyes get wide, or like I was looking at it real curiously. I don't know what that is. That's a person with a lantern for a neck. They're just walking and they got lights on their heads. They're just walking. Hold on, let me see if I can find them again.
points to unlock new abilities is kind of like a way to bank your points, similar to how you level up in Elden Ring. So in this sense, you can progress your character's development with
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. And there's a whole bunch of them. You see the other two in the back? And it's on a cliff face? Which means that if you fighting, you might run into a chance of them knocking you off the edge. And then you die? No, I don't like lantern heads. I don't like enemies like this where their heads aren't normal. Because it means they got something else going on. They got something else going on. This ain't normal. This ain't normal. What else y'all got going on?
without that fear of losing much progress. And on this topic, these skill points are used various upgrades and new abilities to combo together or direct attacking powers. The actual skills and magic do require mana though, and they have cooldowns, so you can't just cheese everything by spamming magic. But that being said, the magic does look particularly powerful.
No, someone's gonna figure it out.
Completely freeze enemies, and it also works on bosses, or the shape-shifting that transforms you into a literal different form with their own moveset and attacks. I think it's fair to say that magic builds are generally quite powerful in these type of games, but with this one being more of an action RPG and not a Souls-like, the fact that one of the 3 skill trees are dedicated to magic shows how it's a fundamental system to gameplay, and there'll be a big importance in using these abilities in combat, unless you just want to completely not invest in that skill tree. But it's not all about combat, because there is actual levels and there is some exploration. You may think the game is open world from its various trailers and gameplay clips, but it's actually not an open world game. The levels are more like linear tracks, but with plenty of hidden pathways to explore, including optional bosses to find.
And
so
I'm
while
completely
it's not
okay
open
with that.
world, there is still an importance on that exploration.
Because not every Souls-like or game that has Souls-like mechanics in it needs to be the next Elden Ring. Elden Ring is Elden Ring. Every game that comes out does not need to be open world. It doesn't. Every Souls-like that comes out doesn't need to be incredibly vast. You can do a lot when the maps you are traversing are compact and kind of small. It doesn't need to happen everywhere.
And it's set to be rewarded with valuable treasures and crafting materials to find along the way. These rewards are meant to be vital to gaining power, as crafting and upgrading are meant to be integral aspects in Black Myth: Wukong. You can craft new staffs as well as whole new armor sets with materials dropped by bosses and so on. Armor sets come with various bonuses, including ways to power up abilities, but some do require multiple parts to be worn as a sort of set bonus. You can even upgrade your healing option, which in this is called the Healing Gourd, and that will improve its potency and can even add new effects. But if you don't want to rely on just chugging your healing gourd, you're also going to need to master dodging, as this is a vital mechanic to winning boss fights, as it's pretty much your main defensive action, because you can't exactly just guard or parry as you might be expecting. You can in some stances do attacks to block projectiles, but dodging will be the core way to counter incoming damage on an incoming attack. So this means managing your stamina effectively.
I love that, though.
And learning
Spinning
that
the
dodge
staff
timing,
over and over and
especially
over
when
again.
fighting harder bosses as you progress
I love
through the
that.
game. Of course, you have your abilities and magic powers to help you out, which honestly look very strong, but as Wukong, you have the additional trick up your sleeve of shapeshifting into various different enemy forms that you kind of collect. Defeating certain special enemies and bosses can grant you their forms, which can then be used in combat. When you go into one of these forms, you gain a whole new health bar, as well as the form's offensive and defensive benefits. We haven't seen the full variety of forms available, but the standout ones so far include this humanoid sort of martial artist with a double-bladed staff that's on fire and seems to burn enemies. There's also a literal rock form where you kind of are like a rock with legs and you can slam your face into enemies. There was a couple more, but they're the 2 notable ones, at least to me. On top of all of this, you have your staff stances, which you can switch between, and each one highlights a different playstyle with 3.
Is he just using a rock, or is his back the rock? His whole upper torso is the rock. If you notice and you pay attention to the detail, the rock has like faces in the stone, like open faces on the stone. So it's just literally a rock with legs. His whole upper body is just one big massive rock, and he's just slamming it on the ground as a way to attack. Because there are enemies that are just essentially rocks with legs.
3 in total. the smash stance, the pillar stance, and the thrust stance. The smash stance is the most basic stance that you gain at the start of the game, with both a light and heavy attack option, which can be chained together into further combinations. The pillar stance is supposedly unlocked around level 5 and lets you stand on the tip of your staff as you rise higher and higher, avoiding all attacks from below, but it does continuously drain your stamina while doing this. You can then end it with a heavy overhead strike as you leap down and attack, which looks pretty meaty. Finally, there's the thrust stance, which is said to be unlocked at level 20, and I couldn't find much about this, but it does give you access to heavy thrusting attacks. So it looks like Black Myth.
See, this is the reason why I'm gonna jab this spear into this particular boss, because you ain't gonna look at me, put your sword in the ground, turn around, and then fart in my general direction. You ain't gonna fart in direction of me and think I ain't gonna hit you. This is something called fighting etiquette. This just isn't done. And it's really about to be 3 o'clock? You know, with the way it is outside, because we're getting a whole bunch of thunderstorms right now. I thought it was much later in the day, but it's literally about to be 3 o'clock.
Myth Wukong will be distinguishing itself apart from other action RPG games and Souls games with its challenging but fast-paced combat, flexible skill trees, and unique combat mechanics like the shapeshifting that I absolutely love, and of course the awesome spellcasting. Remember, the game offers a linear exploration experience as opposed to the influx of more open world games we've been getting lately, but it's meant to still reward exploration with valuable treasures and optional bosses. Although the game's based on Journey to the West, you're going to get that fresh new narrative, which occurs after the original story, adding another element of mystery, as we really don't know where it's going to go after the events of the original novel, which kind of concludes everything. So with very rich lore as its foundation and the engaging combat mechanics, Black Myth Wukong is looking like it could be an exceptional addition to the action RPG genre, and it is certainly gaining significant anticipation ahead of its release. But until we play it for ourselves, only time will tell. So drop a like and comment below to let us know what you think of Black Myth Wukong, and subscribe to the channel because we're going to have way more coming your way very, very soon.
So yeah, that's pretty much a bunch of information about Black Myth Wukong. It's going to be incredibly fun. I can't wait to play. And that's pretty much all I wanted to look up for Black Myth Wukong, because that was just like old footage and stuff. And that was like the most recent stuff, I want to say, but it was also old as well. But that's Black Myth Wukong. It's going to be fun. Now, mind you, I'll be playing some other games leading up to it, so I got a whole bunch of other games over there that I really haven't messed with in a long time. I'll present them to you guys. You guys let me know if you see stuff that you would like for me to mess with leading up to it. But now we need to talk about Space Marine 2. Nothing is more metal than a chain sword that you can parry with. Yes, it is a sword. It's a chainsaw. It's a parry weapon. It's death on a stick. That's what it is. But yeah, I am really looking forward to playing Space Marine 2, because me and Gagil, this is high up on our list as far as like games are concerned. This game is very high on my list. So I'm looking forward to it. I think I reacted to, how much more have I reacted to? I'm still sad that Game Informer is gone, though. I am. So let's look over into this. Let's see. Skipping over anything Deadpool and Wolverine related. Robert Downey Jr. being Doctor Doom. That was something I was not exactly expecting to hear about and see. That actually surprised me. I was not expecting to hear that Robert Downey Jr. was going to be Doctor Doom in the MCU. Other than pairing a chainsaw with a pistol, Leon is built different. Yeah, Leon Kennedy has that capability. And then you have Wesker when you're playing as him in the Mercenaries, where he literally just blocks with his hand, and that includes chainsaw moves from like the Dr. Salvadors or the Super Salvadors as well. He literally can just block it with his arm. So I think it's kind of busted. Now, I'm trying to remember, when does Tokyo Game Show, when does that start? Tokyo Game Show starts in September. What was supposed to be starting in August? Something was supposed to be here it is, Gamescom. Okay, Gamescom is going to be happening on the 21st through the 25th. So that's going to be another showcase for games. And then we have the Tokyo Game Show, which is going to be happening the month after on the 26th to the 29th. I really hope that the Tokyo Game Show shows us some new stuff on brand new Musou games, or perhaps some new anime RPGs. Because I know we're getting Fairy Tail 2, but I'm like, did we really need a Fairy Tail 2? I would have loved a brand new game that was built like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Heck, hey, I would have liked more DLC for Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. But I would very much like anime games to take that foundation of Grand Blue Fantasy Relink and make their own games, like Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, especially with My Hero Academia ending tomorrow. This is the perfect opportunity for them to make a whole bunch of games for My Hero, especially Musou games or action games, because Battle Royales for My Hero Academia, it sounds nice when you're only doing it for the students, but when you start adding in people like Shigaraki and Compress and All for One, then it goes beyond being just like a training exercise for students, and it's like you could just do so much more with this. Now, Dynasty Warriors Origins is the newest Musou game, the newest Dynasty Warriors game. So I am going to find the actual site itself, and we're going to check out the China Joy gameplay presentation, the tutorial, and the basic game flow of this brand new Dynasty Warriors game. Crossing my fingers that it's not one of those my evil Tony Stark from alternate
皆さん
universe
こんに
becomes
ちは
evil
本
and
作
becomes
のプ
Dr.
ロデューサー
Doom.
を
I
務
hope
めており
not.
ます光栄テクモで一番いい男翔智彦です。早速ですがこの映像は2024年7月26日にチャイナジョイで公開した実機プレイのダイジェスト版です。当日見られなかった方に向けて改めて解説させていただこうと思います。なおチャイナジョイでの映像そのままなので言語が全て中国語になっております。製品では音声は日本語と中国語と英語、テキストについては9言語に対応予定です。では早速ですが中身についてお話しします。本作では名もなき英雄主人公の目線から三国志の世界を体験していただきます。三国志の物語の幕開け、黄金の乱がまさに始まろうとしているところから濃密に描いています。
儿啊，等等，给我滚开！混账！
虽不知阁下是何人，不胜感激。
可恶！去叫援兵！
是。
那帮家伙还要来人呐！
大家快跑
快去避
啊！
难！
两位义士，
Raul, you and I, we think so much alike. You, me, Kitty, Gajil, Holster, so many people think what you just said. I really, really think that a Dynasty Warrior style for solo leveling would have been perfect, just cleaving through armies with ease. Yes. Yes. But what is the very first game we got for solo leveling? A mobile gacha. We've had, and the funny thing is, Raul, you've actually been away for a minute, so you haven't been here for the discussions, the many discussions I've had for what a great game for solo leveling we could have gotten instead of a mobile gacha. We could have gotten a solo leveling game done like Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, which would have been perfect because the missions could have just been you going into gates. And then you could have had Jin, and he could have had a skill tree and a separate skill tree. He could have had an entire, skill tree dedicated to his shadow soldiers. You could have had a playable Cha Hae-in, Choi Jong-in, Go Gun-hee, Min Byung-gu, Thomas Andre. You could have had playable Beru, a playable Igris, a playable Belion. You could have had all of these individuals. You could have had different costumes for like Jin throughout his life. You could have had a young Jin, but he's like has the power of the Shadow Monarch and him just being at that level of strength. You could have had Antares if you wanted to. The different monarchs themselves as playable characters. And then you can go into battle with you by yourself, or you can just like any enemies you kill just get turned into your own soldiers that then start to populate. I'm just coming up with these ideas. Enemies you kill in a solo leveling Musou as Jin get brought back as soldiers that fight on your side and increase your overall army's population within a map until the whole map is either filled with your army and you just wipe out everyone, because you could actually make that into a mechanic. You could go into, and I'm coming up with this on the fly right now. I'm just making it up. You go into battle and your army's a certain size. So, as you're taking out enemies, you're taking out enemy commanders, you know, the big captains that tend to be named characters. You get to take them out and they add to your ranks. And they're far more powerful than your average soldier. All these regular fodder soldiers that you come across, you can kill them. They instantly get added to your rank. And then the number of your army starts to surpass that of the opposing army until you're ready to take on the boss. And then you just take them out with overwhelming force. You can use stealth to kill many strong enemies and add them and then steamroll the fodder. It can work in tandem. You can have the abilities of Jin where even if, let's say for instance, him using stealth doesn't completely render him invisible. How about another added bonus to it is that it does increase critical hit damage, or it's like a guaranteed critical. And of course you have the whole leveling system for Jin, which will increase his capabilities as a character until it gets to the point where, at the end of the story, he was literally just overpowered. You can even unlock that version of Jin as a separate character where you are just all powerful. And you can't tell me that, oh, well, it would make the game too easy. Be quiet. You got Odin in Warriors Orochi 4 Ultimate, who has the literal ability to stop time and is one of the most powerful characters in the entire game. You got Roger, who is a playable character in One Piece Power Warriors 4, and when you get him powered up and you give him some good skills, all you need to do is just press triangle and you just mow through everyone. You just mow through everybody. You have, let's see, the name of the game is Solo Leveling, and in Arise, every single one can level up. That doesn't add up. No, it doesn't. Lore-wise, it doesn't add up. Jin should be the only one who's capable of leveling, but because gachas need to have incentive reasons for people to spend money in order to get characters, let's have everyone level up. But the thing is that really gets me about Solo Leveling Arise and why I really don't like it as a game to be the very first game for solo leveling is the fact that the only way Jin can level up is if your player rank levels up. You can't just farm a mission and then get a whole bunch of materials so you can just rank yourself up. You literally have to do a whole bunch of stuff in order to get your own base player rank, overarching player rank to rank up. So you could get characters that could wind up being stronger than Jin, but Jin has to wait in order to level up that little bar saying like, hey, your player rank is 40, your player rank is 50. That's how high, that's as far as that goes. But if you get characters who can ascend and get stronger and stronger and stronger, they can surpass Jin, which should not be the case, which is why I cannot stand solo leveling Arise being the first game for solo leveling, and you made it into a gacha. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. Wouldn't want it to be easy, right? Give us money! No. No. I refuse. You give me money. I can show you what to do with all that money. I can show you. I can show you what you can do with that. Get the same people that did their voices for the Japanese dub and the English dub. Let me get them together. Let me get someone who knows how to make a Musou game, like say Koei Tecmo. They're already doing one with Dynasty Warriors Origins. What's one more Musou added to the lineup? Get them. Have it just basically be the story of solo leveling, only without the limitations. The thing is, the amount of money they make from the gacha, they got from the gacha is mental. It is. Because it's like, what is it? Hold on. Solo leveling Arise. Where is the news on it? Records. Yeah, this was back in May. Sets a new sales and active player record at Netmarble as the franchise's first ever game rises to major expectations. Basically, solo leveling Arise has exceeded their expectations, their highest expectations for how much money they've been making. Anime Souls, we need another Anime Souls. Yeah, Code Vein was the first one. Code Vein was actually a very good game. I enjoyed that. But we do need more anime games that are that's not going into the fight. Isn't Lies of P kind of like that? Yeah, for the most part, Lies of P kind of is like that. So if I go up here, if I come up here, there was one game I was supposed to be looking into. Yeah, and sadly, money talks. It really does. Hey, we want to make a Musou game. Can it make as much money as a gacha? No. Then we're not making it. I feel like it's a shame that people don't want to take risks anymore or make games. Like, hold on. And I have One Piece Pirate Warriors 4 digitally, so I can't use that as an example. For example, we have Attack on Titan 2. I mean, it does exactly what it says it does. You can create your very own character, and you can fight titans, but you can also use your favorite characters as well. And it goes up to the point where the story, they get to the beach for the very first time. Wish they released an expansion so it can cover the rest of the story, because wouldn't you want to go through the rumbling and see that in game form for this? Wouldn't that be sick? To go through the rumbling. Taking out titans while you're trying to protect people as they try to escape the rumbling. That'd be cool. We got Berserk. Literally got a Berserk Musou game. Playable Guts, playable Casca, playable Griffith, playable Nosferatu Zod. You even got Guts in his Berserker armor, and you got Griffith in his Femto form. Like, and then you had like a Dragon Quest. Basically, this is kind of like I wouldn't call it I would call it a Musou game to a certain degree, but you get this, and then they got Dragon Quest Heroes 2 as well. You don't get games that have Musou elements like this anymore. You don't get it like this anymore. course we got One Piece Power Warriors 3 and 4. We already know how successful that series is. You get Persona 5 Strikers, which is pretty much an action Musou game, which has been done phenomenally. But you don't get people who want to be ambitious and make this stuff anymore. I gotta arrange my stuff. I like to keep my stuff neat. Then you got these. Hyrule Warriors, and then Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. And then you got three Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes. You got those. And I'm just wondering, like, why? Why can't you just give us more of that? Just give us more of that. Let me see. Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm was simple yet good. I literally played through Ultimate Ninja Storm 3, and it's got some minor Musou style. Yeah, I know what you're talking about during the 4th Great Ninja War section of the game where you're fighting all those Zetsus. Never before have we seen that, and they never tried it again. Let's see, I don't know why one of my memories was using Darui to cleave through Zetsus. Yeah, exactly. We need more Musou games, but I don't know what's holding them back from giving us more. Because there's only so many times you're going to be playing the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in Dynasty Warriors before it's all like, okay, how many times are we going to see this story throughout every single Dynasty Warriors game before you start wondering, can we get a Star Wars Musou? Can we get a Marvel Musou? Can we get a DC Musou? Can we get a Jujutsu Kaisen Musou? My Hero Academia. Imagine playing as All Might or All for One, and your mission is just to either take out the heroes or take out the villains. And you're playing as all of these powerful characters in all of these different series. So much potential. But now the big main focus is like, let's just stick to what we know. And then if there's a gacha we can make out of this, like, let's make a mobile game. Because it's like, why bother? Why bother doing anything else? Or if anything, let's turn it into a fighting game. Which is the case for the newest Bleach game that's coming out. Squandered, that's the only thing, just money squandered by Battle Royale and gacha. Yeah. Or a simple fighting game. Because we got Bleach Rebirth of Souls. And while it looks good, the very first... Why not take out the heroes and villains? I mean, it's an option, if the game allows you. But the very first Bleach game that we get in a long time, Bleach Rebirth of Souls, and it's a fighting game. And I'm just thinking, a Bleach Musou would have been so good if we could have been able to play as Ichigo during the whole event of the 1,000-Year Blood War, or play as some of the Stern Ritters, such as Laobaro, or Oznot, or Baz B, or Gremi Thamo, or even play Hashvalth, Uryu, or even Yuha himself. Playable Squad Zero. Ichibe Hyosube. Playing as him in his activated form, eyes widened over, and all of his attacks are sending out these gigantic Buddha palms that do tons of damage. Can you imagine him fighting an entire army of Stern Ritters? No, you can't, because if he did, he'd decimate them all. But a playable game done like that would be fantastic! So that's the reason why I said I really hope for this Tokyo Game Show they do more than just show off a brand new Dynasty Warriors for Origins, and they let us know, like, hey, we're making a brand new Musou game for a brand new third party, a brand new for a well-known IP, Star Wars, Marvel, DC, whatever. But I feel like Dynasty Warriors, even though it's been a minute since the last Dynasty Warriors, I think the last one was Dynasty Warriors 9, and then Dynasty Warriors 9 Empires. I feel like it's time to give the Dynasty Warriors series a rest after Origins and give us some brand new Musous that can, allow us to satisfy that itch for us to play as our favorite characters from these different animes or different film series like Star Wars, Marvel, and DC and such. But that's just me ranting. That's just me hoping for the best. Sadly, they take a lot of effort to make that they don't want to make effort that they don't want to do. Instead, crank that gacha wheel and weep. Yes, because a fever dream, yeah, it's wishful thinking at best. Because they probably won't be seeing this stream and hearing me and hearing my pleas. Because frankly, when it comes to Musou games, I love it when they make Musou games off of properties that have never been made Musous before, because they tend to be very fun. Not Assassin's Creed, Attack on Titan is incredibly fun because, hey, you know, Levi and him being as skillful as he is in the anime, when you see him, when he's taking out these Titans skillfully, hey, you can go and play that. Or if you want to play as Mikasa and just take down Titans that way, you can. Or if you want to play as Eren and go into his Titan form and just decimate everyone, you can. If you want to play as Reiner, you can. If you want to play as Annie, you can. If you want to play as Ymir with her using the Jaw Titan, or, well, not Jaw Titan, but the Claw Titan. I want to say it's the Jaw Titan. Then you can. There's so many. If you want to play as Zeke and be the Beast Titan, you can. That's the type of options. You can make the game yourself. I don't know how to make games. I ain't gonna say like I'm gonna make the game myself. I don't know the first thing about making video games. I don't. So no, it would not be me. But I just hope that somewhere in their hearts they see that these things can be made and they try and make them. I'd love to play Spawn and killing legions of demons. Like, that would be interesting. A new Spawn game would be interesting. It doesn't even have to be a Musou, but a new Spawn game would be very interesting. Last I heard, they were trying to make a movie, weren't they? Weren't they trying to make a movie? Of course, that doesn't surprise me at all. But, Thanos it? I don't have the... It won't let me touch my fingers. I can't touch my fingers. I can't snap it. I can't snap my fingers. I remember when I first got this glove, I wasn't able to put my fingers all throughout the loops because my hand was a bit small. Then I strangely grew into it, and now I can operate this thing, you know, relatively easily. Still one of the best purchases I ever made. The year I wore this to the movie theaters to go see Endgame, I made sure I took the batteries out because I was not about to get in trouble with the theater using this thing. But yeah, it won't let me snap my fingers, so I can't make it happen. There it goes. It'll just glow there for just like a little while. It'll just be there for a little while. But I really hope this Tokyo Game Show in September, it does give us something. It does give us something Musou-wise to look forward to. Or something action RPG-wise to look forward to. But that's just me griping. Pay it no mind. Actually, you know what? Let's fast forward to the actual tutorial and see what this game looks like.
これは操作方法のチュートリアルも兼ねた最初の戦いです。本シリーズを初めて遊ぶ方にもお楽しみいただけるようになっています。
你们就是贼人吧？休想逃！能放这，我正在抢占了先机，我等亦不可坐以待毙，强行突围吧！看来你们多少有点本事，别以为你们2个就能逃走。到了，那里就是吾等要去的关口。既是关口，必有重兵把守。
Now, I noticed something. Is the camera going to be this close at all
真
times?
是遗憾呐、尔等这些下贱贼人，就在绝望中死去吧！果然被他们抢占了先机，吾等寡不敌众。
Like, just imagine a Jujutsu Kaisen game with this sort of army system, and you're playing as Gojo.
声音是。今且试问。
これは黄金島の兵士たちですね。本作ではこれまでのシリーズでは描かれていないより深くより濃厚な三国志の物語を体験できます。
汝等是否愿为取回被夺之物而奋勇战斗？是。
この人物は黄金の乱の中心人物趙括です。
崭新的太平盛世。
They're not about to jump off the cliff, are they, in order to get down?
本作はシリーズ史上最高の兵士の数大軍団が入り乱れて戦う戦場を実現しています。
这是非是友军，那么此时便是良机。
味方と共に戦う自らのアクションの腕を信じて戦うなどシリーズ最高の一騎当選の戦いをお楽しみいただければと思います。本作は主人公を操作して戦うことがメインになりますが特定の条件を満たすことで一部の武将については直接操作して戦うことができます。
Wait a minute, hold on. What did he say?
で範囲
While you will mainly control the protagonists in battles, when specific conditions are met, certain officers can be controlled in battles. Wait a minute. Hold up. Please tell me this thing has a free play where if I want to play as different characters other than my protagonist, I can. I hope that's the case. I hope it's not we're just playing as this nameless protagonist the entire time.
一部の武将については直接操作して戦うことができます。ということで範囲に切り替わりました。これは無双覚醒という状態です。
Need to put some reach on his weapon so he can reach a farther distance, so he can keep hitting people from far off way.
そしてこれは新しい必殺技絶無双乱舞です。
See, we need this kind of tech for the next One Piece Pirate Warriors game.
バトルの映像は一旦ここまでで、これはバトル後の会話イベントです。
说起来，还未来得及向阁下道谢了。在下关羽，字云长。
関羽が自己紹介をしているところですね。
与阁下并肩作战，却未曾请教大名，多有失礼。敢问该如何称呼？
主人公の名前は自分でつけることができます。
Wow, my chat has not caught up to what you guys have been saying. My apologies. Hold on, let me go back. I'd take and repurpose the whole of Dragon's Dogma and throw it in the world of Elden Ring and then make it a Soul Society-esque world, then add character creation and then add co-op. Welcome back, CDs. You gotta walk us through your collection of those figures. What figures? The ones that are at the top of my manga shelf, or the ones that's at the top of my game shelf? Like close-up kind of thing, if you want. I'd give DD2 the Mikola treatment. DD2 is Moog. Yee.
看来阁下与关某一样。
本作では自分が何者なのかわからない状態、記憶を失っているところから始まります。
看来阁下也有自己的苦衷。如阁下这般轻盈的身手，关某以前还从未见到过。敢问阁下师从何方高人？
ゲームの途中ではこのように自分の回答を選ぶシーンがたびたび訪れます。主人公はさまざまな武将と出会い、自分の記憶をたどりつつ自らの道を歩んでいきます。
Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. So I can tell you what each figure is from right here. Actually, do you want it up close or? Dynasty Warriors Origins looks great. I'll have to see the character creation before I commit. If it has it, hold on. Does it have it? Nope. It does not have character creation. The character you get is pre-made. Hold on, let me see if I can find the blog post for Dynasty Warriors. Dynasty Warriors. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, let me see. All right, let me see. An original protagonist appears. But that's not all. As for the first time in Dynasty Warriors franchise history, we will depict the chaos of the Three Kingdoms from the eyes of a nameless hero. Play through the historical tale through the eyes of our new protagonist, showcasing the vast land of China and its timeless soldiers and generals like never before. Yeah. Homeboy loved that game because you could customize the character. I remember him always saying that back in the day. But yeah, the character you're playing in Dynasty Warriors Origins is an already pre-made character. You can't customize them. This isn't like Wolong Fallen Dynasty. This isn't like Neo, where you get to make this character look however you want. Nah, this character is already pre-made and prepaid. But real quick, for you, CDs, so first off, I got gear for Luffy Snake Man. He's a bit dusty. His hair is uneven. So this is a gear for Snake Man Luffy during his fight with Katakuri. These are little statues. I want to say they're Nendroid. I'm trying to see. I think there's some sort of Nendroid of Satoru Gojo and Muzan Kibutsuji. Yeah, of Muzan and Gojo. Hopefully you guys can actually see that. those are these. A model made of Darth Vader, incredibly dusty. Whew. So I had to build this piece by piece individually for Vader. So this is Vader. Whew! Dusty! Then here's another one of Boba Fett. This is one for him. I had to build this piece by piece as well. Whew! Whew! Then here's one. Here's a one of those One Piece statues of Rob Lucci from the events of. I think this is from One Piece Stampede or One Piece Film Gold. I think this is from One Piece Stampede. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I forget where this specific one of Lucci is from. But yeah, this is Lucci. Then I have another one of Sabo, equally dusty. Whew! Have one of Sabo. This one is definitely from One Piece Stampede. Trying to be careful because I'm not trying to knock everything over. Then I had a box that had the model set for the Moby Dick sitting over in my room for about 2 years before I decided to build it. And then, well, I built it. And it took a while. Stickers on this thing were a pain to do because they're so small. And me merely just breathing on this is letting off a whole ton of dust. Yeah. And then lastly, the tallest one that I got is basically Katakuri. He dusty too. Woof! But yeah, this is basically a whole statue of Katakuri. And he a big dude. And then I just got like the Funko Pops. I got Funko Pops. I stopped getting them. I stopped getting the Funko Pops. Of Satoru Gojo, the exclusive version of Iron Man from Marvel's Midnight Suns that also glows in the dark. Edward and Alphonse Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. A special Stan Lee golden or gold painted Funko Pop. A GameStop exclusive Darth Vader, All Might when he's weakened, Doflamingo, Vlad Dracula Tepesh from the Netflix show, All for One, Thor and Hulk from Marvel's Avengers when I thought the game was going to be good, Thanos from Avengers Endgame, and all of the Spider-Man Funko Pops from the game when the first Marvel Spider-Man game first release. So Spider-Man with his mask off, Mary Jane, Spider-Man with the mask on, Miles Morales, and Mr. Negative. So those are all the stuff that I got up there on my top shelf. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah. I know I have a Shenron piece that's dusty too, and the Dragon Balls roll out the plate, so yeah, it's behind the dresser and shoebox and wherever the rest. But yeah, that's basically all the stuff that you guys can actively see. I'm going to need to go over my microphone to get some of this dust that's kind of made its way onto the top of it. I got to go over it with a lint brush and get all that stuff off and clean it. But yeah, that's just all the stuff that I've had up there. I really haven't bought any new memorabilia. Like the last stuff I remember buying for myself as far as like memorabilia wise was the 2 SH figure arts of Satoru Gojo. The one from the series normally when we first see him, and the one from Jujutsu Kaisen 0. So I got those Funko Pops. I got those SH figure arts figures, but I haven't bought anything else in quite a while because I've just been focusing on running the channel and, you know, getting it larger and larger. So, but yeah, that's all I got. That's all I got. And I remember building the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet, the Lego one for you guys. That was a fun stream to do, building stuff. Let me see. I was going to ask, are you going to buy any new figures? It's not on the table for me right now. I'm really just focusing on building up the, because I don't want to splurge. I don't want to splurge right now because I'm still trying to, you know, build stuff up, but for myself. So I'm not really trying to splurge and spend, you know, too much on figurines until, you know, things get better. Things get better. So I'm not really concerned about that at the moment. I'm more concerned with just like making sure the channel's running fine, so that way I can actually continue to get the stuff that I want to as well. So that's the only thing that I'm really concerned with. But everything else, I got a list of stuff that I want to get, but all in due time.
不管怎样，当时有阁下在
I
场，
can go ahead and put
真是
these
万幸。
magazines away.
对于很多靠身手吃饭的武者来说，只有拿到钱财，他们才会出手。
1つ目の映像の紹介はここまでになります。ゲームの基本的な流れを解説した映像もありますので、そちらもぜひご覧ください。ご視聴ありがとうございました。
Also, another reason why I really haven't bought too much stuff for myself lately is because there's only so much stuff, only so much room I have in my room. There's only so much room that I have. Like, all of my shelves are filled up with stuff. All of it. Like this, all the shelves are filled up with videos and games and anime. On this one specifically, all of that is just straight manga. I still got some manga that I need to go out and get and catch up on, but cross that bridge when I get to it. And then on my other one, I have nothing but manga, and solo leveling and some extra stuff on there as well. But I don't have anywhere to put stuff, even if I wanted to get something new. Like, all of my weapon memorabilia is leaning up against my bookshelf. Like, Stormbreaker from Avengers Infinity War, and Mjolnir, and the Infinity Gauntlet, and the 2 Kingdom Keys from Kingdom Hearts. You know, the one that Sora uses and the one that Mickey uses. Then I have Genji's sword. Then I have Mace Windu's lightsaber. And then I have this wooden sword that I gotten from Nassau when me and my family went on that vacation. I don't have room to put a whole bunch of stuff anywhere. And I'm not trying to go overboard. I don't have that type of room because I don't like to have a lot of clutter, and I would hate to get stuff that I am not going to be using constantly. So that's one reason why I haven't got anything.
Peggy 16.
But let us check
皆さんこん
out
にちは。
the
新三
game
国無双オリジンズの
flow
プロ
of
デュー
this.
サーのショーです。
Because we saw the
2024
tutorial,
年7月26日にチャイナジョイで公開した
but what is
中
the
国語
game
版ジェッ
flow?
ト
Like,
プレイの
what
ダイ
are
ジェ
we
スト
going to
映
be
像を用いて
engaging with
ゲームの
with
紹介
Dynasty
をさせてい
Warriors
ただきます。
Origins for us to keep coming back to this? Because here's the thing about Muso games, and I need to explain this because the reason why I love Muso games is because, one, it gives you that real sense of power where you're just going up against an entire army, and as you level up a character, you get to just decimate more and more people in this entire army. But a lot of people can see basically the game structure as being very repetitive. Now, I can understand that. However, the gameplay for most Muso games tends to be so solid. Sorry, hiccups. Tends to be so solid that you really don't pay attention to the fact that it's a very repetitive game. You don't pay attention to that fact. But what helps is that what you're doing in these Musou games is satisfying enough that you don't actually mind it being repetitive. So my question is, what are we going to be doing in Dynasty? I was about to say Dragon Warriors Origins, Dynasty Warriors Origins, that we'll be doing where it doesn't feel repetitive at all.
社や宿屋で自分宛てに届いた手紙を読んだり、強化アイテムの連成をしたりすることができます。早速ですが、外に出てみましょう。これは大陸地図です。大陸地図には町や都市が。
Question: I don't play many Dynasty Warriors games that have like Empire elements. Was there a moment where you could go across the map and choose a place to attack in order to take over the whole area in the Empire games? Was there ever a thing like that? Because this is the first I've seen of a Musou game where you, well, not really physically walk across a map, because I know Fire Emblem Warriors 3 Hopes had that as a thing you could do where you would take on missions across an entire map and slowly move across it as you took over that whole instance. Is this something that is normally done in Dynasty Warriors Empire games?
あってそこで買い物をすることができます。また武将たちがいることもあって武将と話すとミッションが与えられることもあります。そこにいるのはカコートンですね。他にもいろいろなものが映り込んでいますが、詳しくはまたの機会に説明させていただきます。本作ではこのように大陸地図で目的地へ移動します。大陸地図を移動することで中国の地理感覚や三国志のことを知らない人でもそれぞれの都市や戦場の位置関係をプレイしながら自然に理解していただくことができます。ここは止水館のようですね。それでは止水館の戦いに挑みましょう。本作では固有の戦いの前にはこのような軍議が行われます。見覚えのある武将たちがいたかと思いますが、武将についてはまたの機会にお話しできればと思います。軍議では総大将や軍師から戦場の状況の説明が行われます。勝利と敗北の条件、誰がどういう目的でどこに進軍するのか、どこを防衛するのか、どんな策があるのかなどなど作戦について語られます。実際にバトルに入る前にどのように戦うかをイメージしていただければと思います。
So real quick, and this is a bit of a particular for me. Normally when I play Musou games, I really don't put too much thought into strategy. I just go in, put some of the best skills on characters, and then just go to town and just beat them all up. Now, when it comes to trying to optimize characters, I would do that. But as far as like strategizing how I'm going to do missions, and if it gives me the option to direct people, I kind of really don't put too much of that in mind. Sure, it could be advantageous, but I really don't put too much thought into it. So, let's see how it goes.
これは演術と孫権が何やら揉めているようですね。こういった会話も重要かもしれないので、軍議での会話はしっかりと確認するとよりお楽しみいただけるかと思います。それでは戦いを始めましょう。これは止水館の戦いで、今回は高孫さんの軍団の場所からスタートしています。聞き覚えのある曲ですね。いいですね。ここは敵の拠点で敵の武将や兵士を倒すことで制圧してダッシュすることができます。本作ではガードや回避、そして弾き返しといったアクションも重要になります。敵の武将の攻撃をうまく回避しましたね。
Okay, you got perfect evade.
そしてとどめと。 これは拠点を制圧したところですね。門が開いたので味方の軍団が共に攻め上がってくれています。いやー頼もしいですね。味方の兵士がいっぱい進軍していますね。
I was about to say something, but seeing that whole army just sweep through?
本作は敵も味方も大軍団の存在がとても重
You
要
can't
です。
tell me a solo leveling game done like this would work. Look at all of these soldiers.
味方の兵士を豪快に吹き飛ばしているのは敵の武将カユですね。大軍団は戦意がとても高く、武将も兵士も強いため、味方と共に戦うことが攻略の鍵になります。敵の戦意が下がったのでチャンスです。主人公をがっつり成長させていれば一人で突出して戦うこともできるかもしれませんが、アクションの腕によほどの自信がなければ味方と共に戦うことをお勧めします。
Now, we're looking at this battle and everything, and my question is, does this have a prestige system where you can get your character to a max level and then proceed to reset their level, but then get access to points that you can put into different tiers to increase the power of your character tenfold? Because that's a concept that I really love to see in Musou games after Warriors Orochi 3 Ultimate, where prestiging a character would give you even greater power, even greater speed, more Musou in their Musou gauge, more health, where they would just be overpowered, where only pretty much the hardest difficulty in the game was capable of reducing their health very quickly. And I've always liked it when games, specifically Musou games, put it in their games. Because you're meant to get stronger for games like this. You are meant to always get stronger. So a solo leveling game done like this, where you can just constantly get stronger and stronger, would be perfect. But my question is, does this have like a prestige system where if you max out your main character, because frankly, wow, I just realized, if we're going to be controlling this main character, does this mean that we're not going to be able to control? Please tell me there's a free play mode where you can play through these missions, but as a different character. Because you clearly can't do it during the main story because you're just the nameless protag. But please tell me that this game has a free play mode where you can play through entire mission as, you know, any of the ally soldiers you get to call in and help you out. Please tell me that there's a free play mode for this. Because if it isn't, that's not good.
この後、敵の大軍団を率いる李覚が大戦法を行うわけですが、チャイナジョイの映像の解説はここまでになります。ゲーム序盤を紹介した映像もありますので、そちらもぜひご覧ください。ご視聴ありがとうございました。
My concerns, my concern for this game is I really do hope it has a free play mode, because not everyone is going to be a big fan of being forced to be this one particular protagonist, and you can only call in, you know, like well-known characters that people love to play as on the regular, as just people you can call in for a certain period of time, and then you just go back to the protag. That sort of limitation is not something that Musou games are really known for. Or at the very least, you know, limit limit how you tackle certain situations. Because even in the main story of Attack on Titan 2, yes, you could create your person and play as that person throughout the entirety of the story, but you also had multiple opportunities where you can just straight up go into a mission playing as a completely different person. You had options, but at the end of the day, I don't know. I have to see. I'm kind of curious about this. And I'm also kind of curious about this. That time I got reincarnated as a slime Isekai Chronicles game as well. I wonder how the leveling system works in this, too. Let me see. 6 minutes of PS5 gameplay. Hold on. This stream isn't monetized, right? Because I don't want this to be okay. Good. It's off. It's off. Especially when it comes to other people's videos. Out of pure respect for them, I don't want to have that up. Let me see. Never got into the anime. I'm watching it right now, and I really wish it had like its own sort of RPG. Is it really good? I enjoy it. I think it's pretty good. I enjoy it as much as I do Overlord. And granted, there's a whole bunch of anime that's out there that is just, isekai this and isekai that, isekai up, isekai down. There's so much of it, but I like Reincarnated as a Slime because it's not only just like a, overpowered character becomes the ruler of an entire nation type isekai, but it's also, a slice of life as well. So it has its moments, and I really enjoy it. Also, I saw JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I have Eyes of Heaven, the fighting game. The only thing is, I feel like for a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fighting game, there should be a counter button. There really should be a counter button. Or a button where I can block, or at least try and just parry a move. Because a lot of it in Eyes of Heaven, the last time I played a JoJo game, which I still remember getting a copyright claim for because of the music, so it's almost as if I can't play any music in any anime games that I play. But I played it, and it was really a matter of, maybe it's just me being a novice, but I felt like when I was fighting, there were moments where I would really want to dodge out of the way or get out of the way, and it was really a whole matter of, oh, you got to hit this person first before they can hit you. And it just kind of felt a little on the wonky side from the games that I'm mostly used to playing, where I had like a counter system. Or granted, I played a lot of games where I had like a counter system where I could just counter moves done to me, and I could just get out of them easily. And I was used to that, and Eyes of Heaven did not have that, so it just kind of threw me off, so I just had to say that. So it's like the jobless Mushoku, oh, you mean Mushoku Tensei, or whatever its name. Yeah, Mushoku Tensei. So I wouldn't say it's directly like that, but it's an isekai where a main character becomes an overpowered individual. So it's one of those, but it's a pretty good one.
はい、ボイスもしっかり入ってて、がっつり全てやらせていただいております。横スクロール。どんどん右の方に進んでいくと、奥にボスがいるので、そちらを倒してステージがクリアになります。まず敵が出てきます。四角ボタンで通常攻撃になっているので、四角の通常攻撃と三角の必殺技を組み合わせて敵をどんどんコンボ攻撃で追い詰めていく、そういった遊びになっています。また今フレアサークルが発動していると思うんですけれども、例えば下を入力しながら三角を当てて大丈夫です。キャラクターを途中で、切り替えることができるので、コンボの途中で別のキャラクターに切り替えて追撃をするといった遊びになります。お、すごい、早速これがサポート奥義ですね。 今左下の扇ゲージが溜まった状態だとサポート扇を放つことができます。
この効果は何だったんですか？
多分ゼギオンもまっすぐ高い威力でダメージを与えて吹き飛ばすといった内容になってます。
吹き飛ばし助かりますね。
はい。で敵を倒したらどんどんステージの奥に向かっていく。これは奥の右奥に行くこともできます。
You say you'll think about it? Hey, you look into it if you want to. Look into it if you want to. Huh. The thing that gets me about reincarnated as a slime Isekai Chronicles is what is the leveling system like? Outside of, you know, gaining skills from people you ally with, what is the progression system for this game? One game I always wanted but never got was that Demon Slayer game, Hinokami Chronicles. Yeah, I played it. I played it once. I did a stream where I did like a first impressions of it. And it was basically just, I mean, it's made from the same people that gave us Naruto the Ultimate Ninja Storm series. So it's basically kind of a bit of a carbon copy of that in terms of how you fight, how you move. It just feels like a real Naruto clone in terms of mechanics, because it's made by the same people that did the Ultimate Ninja Storm series. So there's that. I honestly feel an RPG would have been better for Demon Slayer. And me and Gajo, we talked about this. I've talked about this. You could have made a Demon Slayer game where you can either play as the characters who are named from Tanjiro to Inosuke to Zenitsu to all of the Hashira, to even playing an unnamed Demon Slayer core character that you get to make, and you get trained to, you know, like hunt these demons down. The same way they gave us an unnamed character in Attack on Titan 2. They could have gone that route, and the newest game we got from Demon Slayer was a board game. So, yeah. Wishful thinking, I suppose. This show has a game? Yeah, it's supposed to be releasing this year. Yeah, it's supposed to be this year.
この右上にミニマップが出ているので、このミニマッ
I'm
プ
trying to
を見
look
た限り
for
左側は行き止まり
any
になっている
semblance of a progression system that I can recognize, like skill tree, level up screen, something.
いきなり出ましたね。アニメがすごいいいですね。そうですね、このアニメとこのアクションをうまく組み合わせるのが今作の特徴になっているので、ぜひぜひいろんなキャラの技を使ってみてもらえればと思います。お、すごいコンボ。あ、惜しい。ダメージが今 A までいったので、これはもうちょっと S でした。でも S です。すごい。
Okay. I don't know. Honestly, agree with that concept for games. Sounds pretty fun. Hey, it's just something I've been coming up with. I make this stuff up on the fly, so I just kind of roll with it. But you know, I'm just a YouTuber. I'm just throwing these ideas out here. Not that people who actually create these games will actually hear me, but there's that game, and I don't think there's any other games that I've been looking into or have been even remotely interested in. I think that might be it. Like, hold on. Let's see what new games are supposed to be coming out. Games in 2024. All right, let's go down to July to September. So, First Descendant is already out. Zenless Zone Zero, already out. We need to go past July because it's now in August. Okay, day 3. Star Wars Bounty Hunter, which is basically an arena fighter, so you can miss me with that. Valorant is coming to consoles. World of Goo 2, Bleak Faith. Volgar the Viking. Huh. Interesting. Pepper Grinder, Cat Quest 3, Fate Night Remastered that apparently got announced earlier. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. Isekai Chronicles, we just saw gameplay for that. Dredge the Iron Rig. Kenna Bridge of Spirits, that's going to Xbox. Madden, Black Myth Wukong. Concord. I don't even know why Concord exists. I honestly don't know why Concord exists. Man, we need a new Onimusha game to show. Oh, is this turn-based? I'm not a big fan of those types of games. I don't think it's turn-based. I really don't think it's turn-based. Hold on, let me look this up. Isekai Chronicles game. Let's look this up. That rock and roll Viking game, I think, remember? Let's see here. Classic JRPG battles, fun city building mechanics to create a unique gameplay experience, perfect for gamers of all kinds. It doesn't say it's turn-based. It looks to be combo-based, because if you paid attention to the gameplay, they had like a whole combo meter. And I don't think it's turn-based, because I don't know of many turn-based games that have like an actual combo meter that you need to keep attacking in order to keep the meter full. So there's like a great system for keeping your combo high as well. So it's not turn-based, but it's like side-scroller, fast-paced, action-oriented, if that makes sense. Let's see. Gory, Cuddly Carnage, Gundam Breaker 4, Monster Jam, Shadow of the Ninja Reborn, Squirrel with a Gun, Star Wars Outlaws, not interested. And that's pretty much it for August. And then it's September. There really isn't anything else here except for Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. Because I'm definitely going to be playing that one. Thank you for your support so I can play these games. And Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. We need to talk about Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. No. We need to talk about this. Because this is Capcom. This is Capcom remaking the first Dead Rising game, but they don't even get the original voice actor to revoice him. They get the voice actor from the fourth game, you know, the fourth game that people didn't like, and they brought him to be the voice of Frank. Is this just like normal gameplay? No. Let's go to the overview. This was like a month ago. There was nothing wrong with the original voice actor for Dead Rising the first time. His voice was pretty much iconic to Frank, but they replaced him with the voice of Frank from pretty much the worst Dead Rising game. So
Frank West. Remember that name, because the whole world's gonna know it in 3 days. Remember that name, because the whole world's gonna know it in 3 days.
Nah, because I'm not feeling the voice. Because if I pull up Dead Rising, and you can hear the tier for that. Ooh, Alicia's got a brand new video. I'm gonna check that out later. We're not gonna react to it because it'll be kind of redundant doing that. Maybe they had an issue behind the game. I don't know. Hold on, let me see. The reason why TJ Rotolo is not returning as Frank West's voice is simply because Capcom did not contact him. Yeah, he was not asked to return by Capcom, even though people attribute classic Frank West to his voice. The Wahoo threw it off. Now, real quick, we're gonna look at the original Dead Rising. We're gonna look at the original Dead Rising. Sorry, I meant to close that tab out and then go back to this one. I'll watch that Alicia video later. Dead Rising intro. Yeah, this is the classic one. This is the opening. I want to get the one where he says, like, remember that name because you're going to know about it in 3 days.
4. Distinguishing characteristics? Jack shit.
Looks like taking the helicopter was the way to go. I bet they got all the roads blocked off by now. All right, listen. I want to get shots of the whole town before the National Guard finishes roping it off. Take me over the main street. Things for sure.
Let's get as close to the mall as
I want to see the center of town.
As long as you're not dead, Fred.
It's Frank. Frank West. Remember that name, because the whole world's gonna know it in 3 days when I get the scoop.
All right.
West. Remember that name, because the whole world's gonna know it in 3 days. Frank West.
Remember that name, because the whole world's gonna know it in 3 days when...
Something about research for a story. Frank West. Remember that name, because the whole world's gonna know it in 3 days.
Hold on.
Frank West. Remember that name, because the whole world's gonna know it in 3 days when I get the scoop.
All right. Whoa! Shit!
Yeah, I'm not feeling the voice. I am not feeling the voice for Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. What makes it deluxe? Also, what makes it deluxe? Jobs will do you dirty. Look, I got stories. Y'all know how I always give you stories about my time during when I was in Best Buy, when I worked at Best Buy, when I worked at Home Goods, and when I worked at Harris Teeter. So, did I ever tell you the story of how multiple sales leaders were escorted out of the store by police because they were stealing from people? They were committing fraud. We had several people get escorted out of the building because they were committing fraud by stealing people's Best Buy gift cards that they were supposed to give to the customers, and they were pocketing the money and not telling the customer that they had a gift card that was owed them, so the customer never knew. And since they were cashiers, they were capable of ringing up and activating these cards and using these cards however they wanted. And they would just rack up thousands of dollars because they would just be taking it from customers. I know, I love your job stories. yeah. There were people that were getting arrested because they were committing all of this fraud in the store. Oh, you say what? So that means that you never knew this. So, because that means I never told y'all this story. So yeah, no, there were people stealing gift cards from customers because customers would come in and they would be buying stuff and they would qualify for these gift cards when they bought stuff. And it's the cashier's job in order for them to give this customer this gift card so they can spend it and, have a little spending cash in compensation for the amount of money that they spent at the store. These cashiers were taking these cards, not informing the customers of it, not ringing up the cards for the customer to see that they actually were owed these cards, and they would pocket them and use it for themselves. So if there was a certain amount of money on these cards, they would just be using it for themselves, and people were getting arrested for it because they thought they were getting away with it. And it made me happy that I was not a person on the sales floor, but I was a person who was just working in the back. I don't know nothing about no gift cards. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I'll put it on the shelf, but that's it. I don't know how to ring nothing out. Don't put me on no register. I'm just in the back. I'm lifting washing machines. I'm lifting dryers. I'm lifting giant TVs. I'm putting it on my shoulder, taking it to the front, moving all the heavy lifting, doing all the heavy stuff. Don't give me nothing. No, don't give me any type of power. And I avoided going to the cashiers because when it was during my final year to work at Best Buy, they wanted to convince me to join the sales team. Like, you'll make more money. You can be on the sales team. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. It's time for me to roll on. It's time for me to get out. So yes, people were stealing other customers' gift cards and keeping it for themselves. And I remember when I was doing a shift and I saw one of my coworkers who was like, he was cool people. So he was cool to talk to. I thought he was like a cool dude. He helped out as many customers as he could. And then I go outside because as an inventory person, it's my job to load stuff into people's cars if they need it, transported to like different places and such. And it's my job to load it into the cars if their cars is big enough. If they have like a trunk trailer or if they have like a big old trailer in general to put this stuff in, it's my job to, put that stuff out there. So I went out there and I think I was bringing a customer like a flat screen TV on a dolly. And I brought it outside and I was waiting for them to get ready so I could put it in there. And I get done, I come back inside, I see this same dude who I just described, and he's being escorted from the back with a police officer behind him. And he's got like this sad face on. Like usually I see him with like a chill face, but I could tell this was not a normal face. And I saw it on his face and he was just walking and he looked all sad. His eyes was hung low and he was just walking normally. And I was just thinking, what? What happened? And then I was like, oh, he got caught. He got caught stealing cards from customers. He was committing fraud. And I was thinking like, huh? What? And there were multiple people that went to jail. Because of this. Because there were a ton of salespeople in Best Buy. At least during the years where I went there. I haven't been to Best Buy in a very long time. I don't know if it's still the same or if things have changed. I can't even remember if some of my old coworkers are still there. But people who were working in sales, some of them thought they were slick enough to steal these credit cards from customers and not get caught. Oh, no, buddy. You can't get away with it for long because all of them got caught. One dude went to jail for like either a couple of months or maybe a couple of years. And then another one, he went to jail as well, and I can't remember how long he went for. But people were just getting snatched up left and right because they thought they were getting away with stealing these people's cards. So that's one thing. And you say, what? Inventory help load cars? Yes! It was a part of our job. We didn't just take the stuff outside and then just leave it for the customers to do unless they specifically ask for us to say like, hey, we got it from here. Don't worry about it. Rarely did we have those moments. Got another story. So this was during my first year of working in inventory. And mind you, my sense of judgment wasn't exactly at its best during this time. And neither was, Best Buy was having a field trip. Yeah, it was. So, mind you, customers, when you were at Best Buy, they didn't exactly have the best of judgment as well. They would show up asking for a 60-inch TV and show up with a car. I can't think of a single car that can fit a 60-inch easily in the back, let alone try and stick it in the front, in the trunk, even putting the seats down. I don't know of many short cars that could fit like an entire 60-inch in there. And they'll argue up and down like, oh, there's got to be a way you can do this. I need to have this TV today. And I'm just thinking in my head, because I did this a lot. I was thinking, dummy, you brought a car for a 60-inch flat screen with a box that's bigger than your own car doors. I can't tell you how many times I tried to load TVs into cars where the door itself was smaller than the box of the TV they were trying to fit in there. And they were looking at me like, can't you make it fit? And I'm thinking, can't you get a bigger car? Once again, didn't say this because I would have been fired. But people would show up with cars smaller than the object they came to pick up. Multiple times. The one that lingers in the back of my mind because of how ridiculous it was someone ordered a flat screen TV, but they came in a Jeep. They came in a Jeep. And we could not figure out any way to put this flat screen in this person's Jeep safely. So guess what happened? We wound up putting the TV through his sunroof, directly where his gear shift was. And he drove away with it. And one of my supervisors looked at me and says, like, you know, you shouldn't have let him drive away with that. And I was thinking, you were out here with me. You were outside with me. You could have just said, that's not a good idea. You watched me load this TV in this man's sunroof through his car directly on his gear shift. And mind you, the TV was on his hand because he wanted to have the space necessary for him to actually use the gear shift in his car. And I'm thinking, that's not a good idea. I don't think it was a good idea. But I thought if I said anything, I'd get in trouble because then I would say, no, that's not a good idea, because the customer was already frustrated we couldn't fit his TV into his car in the first place. So the dude was all like, you know, you shouldn't have let him drive away with the TV like that. And I'm just thinking, why didn't you say anything? You were here. You were watching me. You're the supervisor. I gotta listen to you because you're part of the reason of how I get paid based on how I do throughout my day. And I thought to myself, you could have easily just told me, sir, it's not going to fit. If you are willing to wait a little bit, we can have it delivered to your house. That's all you had to do. But no, little short fella who was shorter than me, but also one of the managers just said, like, you know, you really shouldn't have let him drive away with the TV like that. And I'm just thinking in my head, why didn't you speak up? You were inside watching me through the glass, because when I load up a person's car, it is directly in the front of the store. There's a little lane that people can pull up into so they can have their stuff loaded directly from the front of the store. When it's time for people's stuff to go outside, we usually sit it up at the front in front of the AP desk in order for us to be prepared to take it outside, whether it's furniture, and mind you, some furniture do be heavy, but I did scare this one guy because he said, like, look, dude, you ain't big enough to lift this whole thing. So when he went to go get his car, I picked up the entire furniture fixture in its box and put it on my shoulder, and then I went outside to go meet him. And I stood there with my hand in my pocket, and then I stared him down, and he said, like, man, you crazy. And so I put it in his car, and I just said, like, you have a good day, sir. And I walked away. It was all like, don't let the arms fool you. It's packed. It is packed. So there was those moments. I got a lot of Best Buy moments. But that manager, when he told me I wasn't supposed to put that TV inside of the car, but waited until the guy drove away to voice his own displeasure. Nick, it's good to see you. Hello. It was like, you could have said something. Maybe you could have convinced him that it's not a good idea for you to drive with a flat screen through your sunroof where your vision is obscured because a big TV box is directly next to your face and on your hand in your gear shift. I just told him, oh, I didn't even say anything to him. I just looked at him and I was all like, well, and I just went back to work. But I looked at everyone else and I'm like, he could have said something. So, because I'm not a confrontational person, I wouldn't have said, like, sir, you could have just said something to me. So I just went about my day. So, also, another thing was the warehouse that we had at the Best Buy that I used to work at. It's small, but it wasn't supposed to be that way because apparently, from what I was told, the reason why we have such a small warehouse and such a small Bay Area for that particular Best Buy that I worked at was because the blueprints for the Best Buy I worked at was accidentally misplaced and switched for an entirely different county's Best Buy. So that Best Buy had much bigger warehouse space, and we got the smaller one because they got the blueprints mixed up when they built the place. So we had to deal with, like, we don't have any room to put anything. I remember when, I believe it was when we got, like, have you had someone with a Mini Cooper? No. Thankfully not, because I would have been the first to say, like, sir, that's not going to fit. This is too big. Or I would have just laughed at him. I know it sounds rude, but I would have just laughed at him like, sir, what you gonna fit in there? A tube TV? What you gonna fit in there? A 20-inch Insignia? What you gonna fit in there? Yourself? Cause ain't nothing else gonna fit in that Mini Cooper, let alone a flat screen. But there were a lot of people, there were quite a few people who would roll up with cars smaller than what they came to go get. And it would be awkward for us to try and fit it because we know it ain't gonna work. We know it ain't gonna work, but we still have to try to satisfy the customer so that, and I'll say like, sir, I don't know if this is going to fit. And then it'll say, we'll try it anyway. And I'm thinking, okay, so you obviously are not listening to the person who does this for a living. You would think, some people would think like, I wonder how often he loads TVs this small, because that should be the first thing that someone says to you. And I know we were supposed to be looking at the Dead Rising Deluxe Remastered, but I feel it's far more entertaining to talk about my old Best Buy stories. So you would think someone would look at a person who loads TVs for a living, loads loaded furniture for a living, loads heavy objects for a living. You would look at them and you would, the very first thing you would do is ask, hey, do you think this will fit? Be honest. Do you think this will fit? And if the answer is no, then that person who's sensible would be, maybe there's another way we can do this. I can come back later with a bigger car. Those are the best customers because they understand, hey, I need something bigger. Okay, I'm willing to compromise. And then there are customers who think my car's big enough. There's something wrong. There have been customers who wanted me to take their TVs out of the box, which is not safe at all. Especially when it was the 4K TVs. Taking a TV out of the box just so it can fit inside of your car is incredibly dangerous. It's incredibly dangerous because what happens when you're on the road? Bumps, right? The box is meant to sit in styrofoam, which is meant to absorb any sort of shocks during transportation. Now, you're not supposed to go crazy with the transportation, but the styrofoam inside of your average TV box that has like these little plastic hinges that go on the bottom to keep everything super, super, super secure, it's meant to be the shock absorbers. But I've had way too many customers who would walk up to me and say, let's see if it'll fit inside of the car without the box. And a lot of the times, it would. But those of us who knew better knew that at some point that person may come back to us because having a TV unprotected in your back seat and there's not much keeping it fastened or still or cushioned so that it won't, shatter or break while you're taking this drive, we all know that that person may be coming back. And a lot of the times, they did. Because they thought, the TV will fit in here without the box, without protection. It'll just have the little film. It'll just have the little plastic / styrofoam film that goes over the TV to protect the screen as best as it can. And they'll come back to us and they'll say like, well, I tried to drive away, but it kind of broke. Hope you got the warranty on it, because if you don't, and that was the only TV we had, you're gonna be waiting for a long time. So people were dumb. People, I've had some very, very dumb customers who tried walking into the store and tried walking out with something that won't even fit in their car. It was crazy. And they expect you to figure it out to put it in. I can tell you what I can tell you what common sense will tell you. Hey, this box, it looks bigger than the door. And some customers want me to try and squeeze it into the car. When I am starting to bend the plastic that goes around the frame of the door, along with like the rubber lining that keeps the door from slamming onto metal, TV's too big. And that means it's not going to fit. Also, your car is too thin. It is not going to fit all the way through. So there were plenty of moments where customers would want me to load TVs into the back of their cars, in the back seat of their cars, and it wouldn't fit. And they'll be looking at me like, well, what do we do? Well, you all have an option of coming back a little later with a bigger vehicle, or we could take it back inside, mark your name on it, and have our delivery team deliver it directly to you. And some customers really wouldn't be satisfied with that, and they're like, I'll come back later with a bigger car. So, yeah. Some people were just very, very absent-minded when it comes to wanting stuff delivered, wanting stuff to go with them immediately. Yeah, those were some interesting days. Those were some very interesting days. I'm trying to think of what other stuff happened. When I worked at Best Buy. I told you guys the mishap I had of when I was told by my supervisor to switch the toilet paper out and towels inside of the woman's restroom, right? And I told you guys that, right? I think I did. I'm pretty sure that I did. And the awkward situation that ensued from me trying to do that during store hours. Did they tip you from the suffering? I didn't get tips. I didn't get tips. We didn't. A lot of the times I didn't get. I want to say there were some people who gave me something for my trouble, especially if I spent more than 20 minutes trying to help them out. But it wasn't a normal thing, and it wasn't something that was encouraged. Like, I wasn't working for tips. Best Buy was very quick to tell you, like, hey, you can say no, but don't expect it, and just tell them that you can't accept any tips. I was told to tell the customer that I can't accept it, but if the customer still presses on, then you can begrudgingly accept it. So it was nice when it happened, when I got tips. It was nice, but it wasn't something that I was expecting, though, because that's not how my pay worked. So yeah, there were moments where some truly frustrating load-ins were rewarded with either tips or something else, but it was pretty and when I say something else, I think it was like one dude gave me like this free food coupon I could have used for someplace. I'm trying to remember. I might be remembering from something completely different, but there was that. But it was mostly just like money tips that quite a few generous customers would give me sometimes. And you say, oh, I didn't tell you. Okay, so it was during the summer of, I believe it's 2014 or 2015. And I was the only inventory person that was on duty at the moment. I think there were two people, but, we kind of divvied up the duties. I would handle a lot of the heavy lifting, while the person who was good with computers and doing all the paperwork and stuff, they would work on that. Because I didn't like doing paperwork. I did not like doing paperwork at all. Like doing inventory stuff and writing down what we're missing, trying to order some stuff, call some people, call this person, call that person. I didn't like doing any of that stuff. I like doing manual labor. Tell me to lift that. Go tell me to do this, move that. If it required me that I wasn't in front of the computer typing up numbers and typing up letters and typing to people, or doing like Path to Excellence, which is the Path to Excellence was little assignments that we could do as employees. And I got all of the medals for it. I got the bronze, I got the silver, and I got the golds. The gold ones, I believe it's sitting in a pack somewhere. I still got it in its packaging after all these years. And I think I got the certificate as well, though I think I may have thrown it away because I really wanted to distance myself from Best Buy. But it was a summer during 2014, 2015. And like I said, I was one of two inventory people. And on duty was a temp manager by the name of Raven. No, not Raven, because Raven was the district manager. You were on your best behavior when she was around. You followed the rules. You did not skip any corners. You didn't do anything because she was known to being capable of firing people directly on the spot for, insurrection. So when Raven was around, you were on your best behavior. But we had a temp manager, and I forget what her name was, but she thought it was a good idea for me to try and change out the tissue and the toilet tissue during open hours. And it was during the midday. It was during like 12 o'clock or maybe 1 o'clock. And I changed the men's out. Easy enough. Because I'm a guy. So going into the men's room, literally a no-brainer, didn't take me long, changed it out, make sure the whole area was clean, and it was good. I was part inventory, part sanitation, because it was kind of partly one of my jobs as well, as far as like, manual labor, but also sanitary stuff as well, when the cleaning people were not around in the morning, because the cleaning people only came by in the morning time before the store opened, and anything sanitary-wise was handled by the inventory team, which I was a part of. So if there was a mess in the bathroom, we had to clean it up. So, fun times. But I clear out the men's room, and that's easy. Then she tells me, can you see if they need to change it in the women's room as well? And I'm thinking to myself, I don't go in the women's room. I don't even know what it looked like. I don't go in there. I don't look in that direction. I just ignore it. And if a lady is walking past and she's walking past the bathroom, or she manages to come out of the bathroom, I immediately try and go into and I'm making my way towards the men's restroom as well, or I'm in that general vicinity. I make myself either go into the men's room, or I go inside of the break room, because it is awkward for a lady to come out of the ladies' room and there's a dude just standing there. So I was not about to put myself in that situation. So she said, can you go in the women's room and see if the tissue needs to be changed, or if the towels need to be changed? And in my head, I thought, I ain't feeling it. This is a bad idea. I don't go in the women's room during work hours, because if a woman walks in here and I am in here, that is going to raise some eyebrows. So I told her, I'm not going in there unless you keep watch outside. I'm not going in there unless you keep watch outside. So she's all like, okay, I'll watch and make sure that no one walks in here, so that, because I said, like, it's going to be an awkward situation if a woman walks in here and a guy is already in here and I'm changing stuff out. So she looks in there, and I had thought that she looked in there and made sure that there weren't any ladies inside of the restroom. So I ignorantly trusted her to make sure that the coast was clear. So, it gets to the point where it's time for me to go in there and I change stuff out. And I am under the impression that the women's room is empty. And there's no one in the stalls. That's what I thought. That's what I thought initially. So, I go in there. And I have her posted at front, because even though she's a temp manager, I'm all like, you need to watch what's going on. You need to make sure no one comes in here. So I hold the door open, I take a trash can, and I hold the door open so people know, like, hey, the door is open. Maybe it's not a good idea to go inside the women's room right now. Just to give you that extra that extra sense of like, okay, that extra level of security and knowing that, hey, if a woman comes in there, at least she can have the idea like, oh, the door's open, this guy is in here and he's holding it open. There must be a reason why he's in here. So maybe it won't be that bad. I'll wait a little bit until he's out. So I go in, I change the towel at the front, and mind you, I haven't said a word. Not enough for anyone inside of the bathroom. I haven't said anything for anyone to hear at all. So I change the towel out and I start to make my way towards the back of the woman's restroom where there's like a towel rack that needs to be changed out and there's an open stall and that tissue needs to be changed out. And I go, and then I think I'm done. And then I say with my deep voice, is that all that needs to be done in here? And I say that and it's quiet. And then all of a sudden, in the stall that's closed, that's in the middle of the restroom, I hear a lady say, is there a man in here? And I look at this manager. I wide eye and I look at her and then I just leave. I just tiptoe myself out. I don't say jack. I don't say nothing. I just leave. And then I just give her the stink eye. I just stare her down. And I look at her and I say, I thought you said no one was in there. And she says, I didn't know. And I just gave her the stink eye. You know the meme where that dude gets up to that guy's face and just stares him down? And he just stares at him? I just stared her down. I did not interact with her for the rest of the day. It was so awkward leaving from that whole situation. And I said, no. If you need anything changed out in the women's room, you get a woman to do it because I am not about to do that again. So, yeah. Yeah. That was I have to say that has to be the most awkward job I've done while I worked at Best Buy. The most awkward assignment that I had to do. Cleaning out the women's restroom, and a woman was still in the stall the entire time. Yeah. That was the most awkward. I don't miss it. I don't miss it at all. Sure, I made some great friends while I was there. I gained many nicknames because of the things that I did at that store, but some days were great, some were not. But I don't miss it. That lady should have said something to see if anyone was in there. Look, that's what I thought she did when she said the coast was clear. When she said the coast was clear and that I'm good to go ahead and take care of it, I'll watch the door, I thought you breached and cleared. I thought you were supposed to check your 6. I thought you was to make sure that it was, make sure that there was no one else in there. You're supposed to check. We dudes, when we go into the restroom, especially if it's a public one, we're going to be the first to look down there and see if we see some legs. Before we go knocking or opening any stalls, we always looking to see if there's any legs that are sticking out, because that's the first thing that gets our attention. She didn't do any of that. See you a better man than me, CDs. You knock and open a little and say, sanitation crew. See? So when she helped me out, she didn't even double check to make sure that there weren't anyone in there. She just looked in there, looked around. She more than likely just opened the door, looked around, didn't see anyone presently in her face and said like, it's fine, you can go in there. Because I was so uneasy about it. I was so uneasy. And, well, that's what happened. She didn't know. She didn't know because she didn't check. You had one job. Hey, a man is about to go inside of the women's restroom in order to clean up. Maybe I should make sure that it's clear so that no awkward situations will occur. Nope, I ain't gonna do any of that. And that's what led to that awkward moment. Never again. So glad I had rubber-soled shoes so I could tiptoe out. because there was so much ambient noise going on outside that the woman didn't even hear me leave. I held my breath and I just tiptoed and I just rushed out. No sound whatsoever. And then I remember my words and I says like, don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. Or at the least put a sign saying out of order for cleanup. That would help if there was no one inside of the bathroom. But there was already a woman in there when I first walked in. And she was just in the stall by herself, quiet, not making any noise whatsoever. But yeah, that's what happened. And it was, to this day, it was one of the most awkward situations that ever happened to me at Best Buy. It was so awkward. And I just stayed in the back. I stayed in the back for about a good 30 minutes to ensure that if there was anyone who could be in that stall, that I didn't come across them at all to avoid it. And I'm so glad that that situation never escalated into like, there was a man inside of the women's restroom before it became a very serious situation. So I am very grateful for that. But man, what a time at Best Buy. Also, did I tell you? Oh, I got another story. And I think we're done. I'm frankly not really interested. I'm not interested in Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. I really wanted to talk about and react to a whole bunch of different things. And then I got to get my thumbnails ready for tomorrow. I've already made my thumbnail for the final chapter of already made my thumbnail for the final chapter of My Hero Academia tomorrow, so that's already done. I got to make one for Jujutsu and then get ready for the rest of the week as well. And I have to say this, and I know I've been doing this. How long have I been doing this for? How long has this stream been going for? 4 hours. 4 hours. I just want to say, everyone, thank you. Thank you for all the support that you have shown me as I continue this grand adventure of me running this channel full time. I just want to say thank you. Can you check out Wild Arms 3? Yeah, you keep bringing up Wild Arms to me. So let's see what let's see what this game actually is. What is Wild Arms? There are people playing it, but is there a trailer? Yeah, there is. There is. 8 years ago. Let's check this out real quick. Then I'll tell you another story that happened to me when I was working at Harris Teeter. And this is when my my frustration and anger was at an all-time peak, to the point where I yelled at my supervisor and told him to be quiet. Loud in front of everyone, and when everyone was coming in for the following morning shift. And it was loud enough for everyone to hear. But we'll talk about it once we get done with this Wild Arms 3 video. So is this the Wild Arms game that you've been telling me about so much? Are they running around the entire time? And that chicken was completely immune to whatever that attack was. Okay. Wild Arms. Interesting. Interesting. So that's what Wild Arms is. Alright. Okay, so I checked out Wild Arms. I see what you mean. It's like Final Fantasy, but it's like Final Fantasy in terms of like it's turn-based combat, but there's an emphasis on guns. But yes, I did yell at my supervisor. And I did not get in trouble for it. Because it was justified. So, let's wind the clocks back a year. That's it for the gameplay? Yeah, it's just a gameplay from PlayStation. 8 years ago. It's only 2 minutes and 10 seconds. Check the opening. I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for copyright if I listen to the opening, so I'll probably do that later. It was but the shift was when I was working at Harris Teeter. And my supervisor was he was a difficult man to work with due to the fact that when I worked at Harris Teeter, I worked on the water aisle. So I would take care of all the water, all the juice, all the Gatorade. You a cold brother to yell? Oh, I got fed up. I got fed up with his nonsense and how he, treated people and showed favoritism to others, that I wasn't going to allow him to yell at me and treat me any type of way. So I just told him, well, you'll understand. So it was a shift where things weren't exactly going right for him. And I was just working my aisle the way I normally do, stocking water, breaking open boxes, because when you get like those big jugs of water, purified water, spring water, purified water and spring water, they come in these big cardboard boxes that are 3 apiece. And sometimes they'll be missing entire caps, so they'll have water spilling out. Blaze Plays! Hi, hello. We were just reacting to a couple of things, and I'm just telling some stories from the previous jobs that I worked. But I'm telling my story about how I yelled at my supervisor and I didn't get in trouble for it. I was taking care of my aisle. Like I said, I worked the whole water aisle, juice aisle. If it's like Deer Park or Harris Teeter Purified, Harris Teeter Spring Water, Nestle water as well. If it's water or if it's juice, Gatorade, I had to stock the Gatorade. I had to stock the shells full of like different juices, like pomegranate juices or lemon juices. I had to refine all of that stuff and make it look nice. Those sparkling grape juices with the tin foil around the top that seems like an absolute pain in order to get rid of. I had to stock all of that stuff. So, and I do that by myself. I rarely got help when I was working on those aisles. It was only when my aisle, when I was still working on it, when daylight was starting to hit, that he would send people over to help me, frustrated, like, oh, he's still not done. And I'm like, bruh, do you realize how heavy it is to move entire pallets of 32 packs of spring water from the back room all the way to my aisle? Plus, I need to navigate through narrow spaces if the general manager wanted to stuff the entire row with just extra stuff. So I got to maneuver around everyone. And just in case they have like a pallet in the way, I got to figure out a way to get around them. Maybe I have to take the long way around in order to get through. Sometimes passageways would be completely blocked because they thought it was a good idea to put an entire pallet of water long ways down a narrow pathway. So I have to navigate through that. But that was me doing that. I didn't get people to help me push these pallets or pull these pallets out from the warehouse that has a different texture, a different floor texture than it does on the sales floor. Because warehouse floors were like concrete granite, and thus they had a stronger grip on the wheels that I had to put extra strength into in order to pull them back. So when I got to the sales floor, it got easier because the floors were slicker. They were soft. They were easier to, glide across. So I would move these things by myself, load up water by myself, and do all this by myself. But it was getting frustrating because everyone was getting help. People would go down other aisles. the soup that that was overlooking us, he would always have someone down his aisle to help him out, but he will always have something to say about me working down that aisle by myself, and no one was helping me to stock this water on the shelf. And he always looked like he had an attitude when he had to send people to help me out, and I'm just thinking to myself, you know, if you sent some people over here to give me a hand, I could get this done, and then I could go help out other aisles. Sometimes I would get done very fast, and then I would actually help other aisles out. But for the most part, I wouldn't have trouble. I wouldn't have people helping me out during my aisle. So I was doing all that stuff. I got everything done. I was doing good, and I was doing everything that I needed to. And he was getting frustrated later on in the day when we was getting near the end of our shift because we were taking a long time. Because we had a tendency to have people who would either, one, not show up for their shift, they'd be sick, or I would have to cover 2 aisles, and there's only so much fast I can move when it comes to doing water. I am not about to kill myself to try and burn through this entire aisle, and then use that same amount of energy it takes me to do an entire aisle to do a whole nother aisle, and you expect that same level of energy. See, this is the reason why I'm happy I'm out of retail, because they still expected you to move at that same amount of speed, especially if you have less people. So now you got to move faster in order to compensate for less people. So it got to the end of the day. People were starting to head in so they could start their morning shift because we would literally be there all night. It used to be, Harris Teeter used to be a 24-hour store, but then, you know, safety concerns started to raise up. So because we would always have like this... we would have like a security guard waiting at like the end of the night, and he would just be there so all night. But it got to a point where they said, like, let's not we're done doing 24 hours, let's just turn it into 12 hours. So the store would be closed, and no one could like go outside unless he disarmed, and then he would normally go outside to smoke because he did nothing but smoke on his free time all the time. And he would just be chugging this big old giant jug of diet sweet tea, which is coincidentally even more unhealthy than regular sweet tea. So I don't know where he thought he was going with that. So it got towards the point where the store was about to open so that the employees could prepare for the morning shift. It would be like maybe 5 or maybe 6 o'clock in the morning. The store didn't open until about 7, maybe 7:30. And it turns out that he didn't have people there to help him offload the truck. So he was getting loud and he was getting frustrated, and people weren't exactly giving him everything that he needed. So I was in the back and I was talking to the head person in charge, who was going to be overseeing the back room, you know, writing down all of the deliveries that came in. Writing down all the deliveries that came in, checking, you know, when Coca-Cola came in and stocked their drinks, when Snacks came in and stocked their drinks. And I only talked to her for like a couple of seconds. And my soup, he was up in the truck because no one was on there to help him move all this stuff. He was up there by himself, and he was getting frustrated that he had to move all this stuff. And he was yelling like, hey, where is he at? Where? Because there was another supervisor there that, you know, helps him out as well, but he wasn't currently in the warehouse. And he's all like, hey, go get him. What are you doing? Go find him. And I looked at him dead in his face, and I screamed at the top of my lungs because he was already getting on my nerves throughout the night. And I looked at him dead in his face, and I screamed at the top of my lungs, who do you think you're talking to? And because he was raising his voice and yelling at me like, get, what are you doing? And I said, who do you think you're talking to? So everything got real quiet. Everyone was looking at me. The person who was in charge of the warehouse, she was looking at me. And she was all like, are you okay? She wasn't worried about my supervisor. She was looking at me because she knows me, because that's the very same person I would work on Tuesdays to change tags every Tuesday. So she knew me. She knew me as an individual and as an employee. She knew me because she worked close with me even more than my previous supervisor did. So she was, and I looked at him and I stared him down, and then his voice softened a little bit. And he's all like, just Just go out there and find him and tell him to come back. Find the other supervisor and tell him to come back here. Yeah, that tone left him real quick after I raised my voice, and I looked at him, and then he said something else, and then I told the person that was in charge of the warehouse, I says, you better get him before I do. And then I says, I'm going out. I'm leaving. I'm out. You better get him before I do. And she's all like, calm down. It's okay. That was the most livid I have ever been working at a location. And of course, that was the only time I got really, really fed up with just the nonsense. But I did not get in trouble for it. I did not get in trouble for it. I didn't get called into no office and like, hey, we heard you raise your voice to him. Is everything all right? No, I didn't get no talking to. I didn't get in trouble for it. And at that point, that same supervisor, he kind of gave me a little bit of a wide berth. He just told me what I needed to do when my shift was ready, when it was time for me to work. Other than that, he did not really engage me in conversation after that. And to this day, that moment where I just told him to, who do you think you're talking to? That still lives in my head, just kind of rent free because of that one moment where I was all like, I'm done. I had enough. I've had enough. So, yeah, that was the time I yelled at my supervisor to ask him who he thinks he's talking to. He got quiet, and I did not get any sort of reprimand whatsoever. Yeah. That was a bit of a highlight. And I do not miss Harris Teeter at all. Leaving Harris Teeter to do this, yep, definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. Boost, and also Blaze, you said you boosted my Discord server? What? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Just boosted the server. Citizens of the Continuum has achieved level 1. What does that mean? Level 1, 100 emoji slots, 24 soundboard slots, animated server icon, better quality audio. Interesting. Interesting. That's very interesting. It's good to stand up for yourself. I had to because I've only worked 3 jobs in my life. Best Buy, Home Goods, and then Harris Teeter, doing the same thing across 10 years of working retail. And none of it had anything to do with what I'm actually good at, which is, doing stuff like this, entertaining people, being a voice actor on occasion, and then, playing games and such. Just entertaining people. That is what I'm good at. So I worked there because I didn't go to college directly out of high school. I went to work straight instead. I went to work instead, and I just worked at these places for the sake of working at them because I didn't want to be like some freeloader at my house who wasn't doing anything. And I just worked at these jobs because that's all I ever knew. But it got to a point where I just realized there's got to be more to life than just simply working a 9 to 5 forever. We do this for 40 years and then we die. I didn't want to be stuck in that place where I would just be working at a job where I wasn't doing what I love to do. And I was just doing it just because I got a paycheck every 1 or 2 weeks. And that's all that I really lived for, was just like, okay, I can enjoy some games a little bit, but then I got to go to work. Because my family could tell that I was unhappy doing what I did. But here, I'm happy. I'm greatly happy. I get to do what I enjoy. I get to talk to all of you. It's just a blessing. And it has had its shares of highs and lows. Definitely quite a few lows, but that has not discouraged me from doing what I love to do, because it's worth it. It's worth it. Judge not small beginnings, So I'm just grateful to be where I am in life, where I get to tell people, hey, what do you do for a living? I work on YouTube. I run a YouTube channel. It's fun. I love it. I love every single chance that I get to do of it. I'm happy to tell people what I do. I wake up every day grateful that I get to do what I do. It's just been a blessing the entire time. There's been one of the best decisions I've ever made, doing what I love. I thank God for it. And I thank you guys, because without you, I wouldn't be able to do it at all. So yeah. Yeah, to see where I started, to see where I am now, I'm just completely and utterly grateful. I am. But yeah. Now, I checked out Wild Arms. What happened to Wild Arms, space exploration. I think I covered everything that I really wanted to do a reaction to, because I feel like a lot of people voted for a reaction session due to them possibly hoping that I would read Solo Leveling 1 through 13. But like I said, I'm just going to wait on the US release for it, and then I'll do reactions to all of those chapters. But I think I covered everything that I wanted to cover today. I think I covered everything. And I have to say, for me spending all of these hours talking to you guys, just chilling and everything, it's been fun. It really has. I am looking forward to tonight's episode of One Piece. So hopefully I can get that done in a good amount of time and out to you guys before 12 midnight. And then, of course, we have not one, not two, but 3 whole different chapters to react to for One Piece, the final chapter of My Hero, and another chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen on Sunday. And then we have Sakamoto Days on Monday. And then on Tuesday, I don't know what I'm gonna do on Tuesday, but I'll something will definitely come to mind. Have a question. What will be a replacement for MHA? Sakamoto Days once I fully catch up. Because Sakamoto Days chapters come out this on Sunday as well. It's just that I'm doing Sakamoto Days reactions and read-throughs on Monday, so that I'm not just trying to stretch myself thin on Sundays as well. So once I fully catch up with Sakamoto Days, that will get moved in place of My Hero Academia. And then at some point, I'll start reading Kagurabachi again, and then that'll get added up to the lineup as well, just in case we start to get close to the end of Jujutsu Kaisen. Because I feel like that story still has a ways to go, but it's also not going to be here for too long. So One Piece will still be the main one. Sakamoto Days after My Hero Academia, and I fully caught up. And then Kagurabachi after Jujutsu Kaisen is over. But I still feel like we still got a significant amount of Jujutsu Kaisen before that happens. I'm back. Mom, your mom took your phone away. I got nothing to say about that. It's not, I got nothing to say about that because that's happened to some of my siblings as well when we were younger. So, yeah. But that's kind of the lineup I have for you guys for next week. But other than that, I don't really have anything else major for next week that I'm probably going to be covering. I might do some gaming streams of some old games I've had, but I'll leave it up to you guys. I'll show you the games I have, and you guys just point out the ones that seem the most interesting to you. But also, the big thing I'm going to be covering on this channel will be Black Myth Wukong when it comes out. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. Man, they fight on JJK is the fight on JJK is like a Goku versus Frieza 1 year fight. Year 1 fight. Yeah, it is. But I'm going to leave the talk for JJK once we react to JJK. Because I kind of don't like to talk about manga that has a chapter coming out the next day because I don't want to prompt anyone to say anything about anything they may have seen early. So I'll leave the JJK talk for the JJK stream tomorrow afternoon. But I think I covered everything. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Actually, hold on. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. My younger brother blamed me for something he did. Ah, of course, siblings. But I think this is a good time for me to stop because I reacted to all these things that I kind of wanted to react to and also look at and also discuss to you guys about. But I also found that this was a nice stream to like talk to you guys about, you know, myself and like my past when I was working at these different jobs. And I really do like these sort of streams where I can kind of mix it together for all of you. But I do want to say thank you for everything that you've done for me. Everything. Whether it's you watching stuff that I've done, you know, recently or stuff that I've done in the past. I just want to say thank you for taking the time to literally watch anything that I have done. Because this job takes a lot of work, but it's work that I love to do. It takes a lot of work, and I am just grateful. I'm just grateful that you guys took the time to just, you know, watch me. I look forward to entertaining you guys more in the future because it's really, this never gets old. Let me see. I know you had stories about sibling cases where you got in trouble. Not really, because I was on my best behavior. Like, I got 2 sisters. Most of the trouble, it dealt with them doing stuff. Me, I was on the outside looking like, ooh, y'all about to get in trouble. Y'all about to get in trouble. So, I just stayed away from that. It was very rare. What see ya means? Literally see ya. Like, see ya later. That's an abbreviation. That's a common way of saying bye. See ya, as in, yeah. Blaze knows, but yeah, Blaze knows. But yeah, I just want to say thank you. I never really got in trouble because of my siblings because I minded my own business. If my siblings got in trouble, if my sisters got in trouble, that was on them. That was on them. It had nothing to do with me because I mind my own business. And yeah, I just stayed to myself. Y'all gonna do something dumb? Hey, I will warn you. It is a bad idea. Oh, you don't want to listen? Okay. I'm just gonna step over here. So if my sisters did anything, I tried to avoid being involved because if things go south, I ain't going south with them. Bro, don't attack me. I didn't put it together. I thought Sia had a meaning for each letter, like Y, W, Y, D, like what you doing? Oh no, you're not. No, no one was attacking you. We were just explaining to you what it meant. We were just explaining to you what it meant. There's no attacking going on here. Don't even do that. Don't even do that. You know I don't do that. But, yeah, I didn't really get in trouble with anything that had to do with my siblings because I never got involved. So, yeah, there's that. But I gotta end it here. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been such a wonderful audience. Thank you for your time. Thank you for just being such wonderful people to entertain on a pretty much daily basis. Because I find an immense sense of pride and accomplishment when I see not only my channel grow larger, but also see that people are enjoying the stuff that I do more and more. It means that I'm doing something right, and I'm just ever grateful for all the support you guys have shown me in all the different ways that you've shown me. So yeah. Anyway, the server boost increases quality in your server in many ways and lets you have more stickers and emojis and stuff. Been outdated on life and etc. You're welcome. See you later. Blaze Plays, thank you for not only showing up, but also for boosting the Discord. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yes, it is an immense honor and privilege to do what I do on a regular basis for all of you. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for your time. All I can say to you is, hope you all enjoyed. Can't wait to see you all in my next video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't already, because I am always looking forward to entertaining you. So have a fantastic day, and once again, as always, later, peoples!